Very good evening and welcome to Biche here in Southwest Trinidad as we get ready for semi-final action here in the Biche Sports Foundation T20 in collaboration with Seenath Auto Parts Limited. It's the 8th annual edition and it's the second semi-final. It's Biche Sports Club up against Notorious Night Riders. I'm Qadri Mohammed and news from the center is that Biche Sports Club, they've won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So Notorious Night Riders in the yellow tops, Biche in the blue, and the opening batters for the Notorious Night Riders is Suraj Seapol and Chris Patia, the non-striker, and looking to pick up the attack for the Biche Sports Club is Sidel Diaz. But this is the second semi-final. Police already booked their spot in Friday's final, so this one here should be highly anticipated. It's a real rivalry here in this one. And of course the Biche Recreation Ground always paints a picture. Fans now starting to trickle in. There we see some of the Biche sports players, Sidel Diaz, Akil Timothy, just having a laugh there just before the start of play, just about getting ready for play here. Start of this one. Suraj Seapol, the opening batter for Notorious Night Riders. He's going to be taking first strike. Just about getting ready here, just a few things getting in place. See umpire Simon Arun, he's at the presiding end. What a wonderful spectacle this is, the Biche T20. I always enjoy my trip up to this part of the country. It's always a very humbling one, I must say. The fans, the people of this community, very, very welcoming, I must say that. And of course we can't forget Seenath Auto and the job that they've done in hosting this tournament together with Ryan Parksh and company. Wonderful spectacle. So we're getting ready here for semi-final action number 2. Diaz with ball in hand. Seapol, non-striker. The field is, there's a third man, a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. A short fine leg. Diaz with the first ball. Flick in the air, land just short of that fielder at mid-wicket. Sonny, it looks to be Alvin Sonny. A hint of shape from Diaz. And Seapol just playing that one aerially. And got a bit of luck that time. So he lives to fight another day. Alvin Sonny there in your picture at mid-wicket. Some of the spectators in here. Young ones, the old ones, the not so old ones. Wonderful family outing. Patia about to face his first delivery. This one just turns into the onside. He too is going to get off the mark. So Notorious Night Riders off and running in this one. Remember, this is a repeat of last year's final. These two teams. And in that final, of course, Biche would have won that game. They're the defending champions of this tournament, so they'll be looking to come back again in the final. This one is pulled away and they should go for the first boundary. Yes, it does. So Seapol just helping himself there. Badly line delivery from Diaz, and there was Seapol just swiveling on this one and getting 4 runs. So Knight Riders get their first boundary. Cedar Diaz, a medium pacer, plays with the Woodland Sports Club. Handy all-rounder. This time it's going to be a wide. Overcompensating there that time was Diaz. A decent all-rounder is Cedar Diaz. Bowling the new ball here for the Beach Sports Club, and it seemed a bit later on with bat in hand. Hit the ball a long way. Let's look at him. Well built. Young man. Number 00 on his back. Just asking now the middle of the drop back to long off. So the two fielders out. Long off. And long on. This one again is another badly lined delivery. And Seapole is going to get his second boundary. In fact, this one is signaled leg byes by the umpire, just coming off the tie pad and running away for 4. So a bit of a wayward start here from Diaz. No chance for wicketkeeper Lobin. Short again, pull away. Sonny is going to do the fielding. So another single to the total, another one to Seapole. But this is a highly anticipated semi-final clash here. These two teams, a lot of good players on show. This one is pushed up to the offside. Can't get a run. Diaz does well off his own bowling. So finishes the over with a dot. So at the end of the first one here in semi-final number 2, it's Notorious Knight Riders 12 without loss.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Right?
There's Dinesh Ramdin. You're going to see him turning out here for the Notorious Knight Riders. He's padded up. He's scheduled to come in next. Dinesh Ramdin. They'd be hoping, Notorious Knight Riders, they'd be hoping for these two to go a bit deeper into the innings. Some more spectators on hand. They continue to trickle in here at this wonderful venue, the Beach Recreation Ground. That's a long way southwestern part of the country.
Thank you. Off stump. Thank you.
So coming in now with the new ball from the northern end, it's going to be James Duncan. James Duncan, another all-round player. He too is out of the Woodland Sports Club. Dinesh Ramdin, who you just saw, he too is a member of the Woodland Sports team. Woodland Sports Club, rather. So it's going to be Duncan. Short, pull away. This one is just helped along. This is going to be another boundary here to Seapole. A bad start there from Duncan. And then again, Seapole just helping himself. Just too short. Fine leg was inside the circle. And one bounce away to the boundary for 4. So the Knight Riders here, after a bit of a flying start. There's the Duckman. He is all over. Anyway, there's cricket. He's going to be there. This time, Seapole going for the big booming drive. Bit of shape away. At that time from Duncan, a better delivery, a fuller one. The deep fielders out. The deep mid wicket. And the other at Just confirm that shortly for you. Again, another lift and delivery from Diaz, and there was Seapol just trying to shovel this one behind square. Bit of an unorthodox shot there from Seapol. Had wit on offer. Had he gotten some bat on that one, that too could have run away. Good result for Duncan. Again, Seapol is flashing and missing. So good comeback here from James Duncan, a 4 of the first delivery. And he's responded now with 3 dot deliveries in fact. So Patia wants to have a word there with Seapol, maybe just to say, you know, just watch a few. You have more time than you think. All of 120 balls to play with. Legal ones, that is. And Seapol is just pushing this one in the gap. This too could run away, and it does. Just squirts this one away on the offside, just forward of the backward point fielder. And this one runs away for 4. Inoki was looking short, though, you had to say. He was shaping up to play leg side. The ball went to the offside. And there he was picking up another boundary. So Seapol with already 3 boundaries here. What does Duncan respond with? No change to the field. This one is going to be called a wide. Way outside the off stump. Notorious Night Riders here after a good start. A positive one. This one is pulled away in the air on just pass. A diving Sonny out at deep mid wicket. Pulled away again. And Sonny with a valiant attempt out at deep mid wicket. It just got away out of his grasp and away for another boundary. So a 4 to finish over number 2 at the end of it. 25 without loss. So there's the Duckman in his usual self. It's always very vocal. So Diaz now to pick up the attack again. Cedel Diaz. His 2 fielders. Long off and the third man. 2 deep fielders for Diaz. Up against Patia here. Full one, just driven away. Good work in the outfield by Ali. Another one to the total, another one to Patia. Patia has been a real bystander, just 2 from 3 deliveries so far. Seapol doing the bulk of the heavy lifting, 18 from 10. Usually gets off to a flying start, Seapol. He has once a change to in the field. He's brought up the third man and he's sent back now deep mid wicket. In fact, he's gone a lot squarer. It's almost a deep forward square. And long off 2 deep fielders. There he is, down the leg side again. Just a bit of movement there from Diaz. Slight inward movement. Just needs to start it a bit wide of the off stump just to compensate for that hint of movement. at the moment, just starting it too straight. Yeah, that is a lot better. Not out is the call. Seapol got himself in a tangle. In the end, a good delivery from Diaz. He's pitching and coming back in. Bit of a slow one there from Diaz again, and Seapol again with another big swipe.
Come, Bini, come.
Another change to the field here. Long off now being brought inside the circle to mid-off. And there's Seapol driving uppishly, and this too is going to go to the boundary. Diaz is not happy, but it got away for another boundary. Diaz wanted a better attempt there from that fielder. There he was. Hands lofted. There's this is a big hit. This should go all the way, and it does. The first maximum here of the evening, and it's off the bat of Seapol, who's flying along now. That has certainly brought the Duckman into life if ever he needed one. Very antic. Last delivery of the over, and it's a good one. Just inside the wide line, so I've got to finish over number 3 at the end of it. 37 without loss, Night Riders. Spectators here enjoying this action. Semi-final action in the Biche T20. Biche Sports Foundation in collaboration with Seenath Auto Parts. 8th edition of this tournament. So it looks as though James Duncan is gonna pick up the attack once more. So Patia about to take strike. A big hit. This one is in the air, and it's landing just short of Timothy at long on. So Patia doing the smart thing here, just getting off strike. Seapol is in the mood. He's hit a couple of lusty blows so far, a couple of boundaries under 6. See what he has here now. This one again is down the leg side. Another wide delivery. And based on what we've seen here in the past in terms of scores, we've seen a lot of scores in the region of 200 and above. This one is peeled off a tickish outside edge. It's running down to third man. And the 4 is the signal from the umpire. So Seapol again chancing his arm. Looking to go over long on. Peel off a tickish outside edge. flew down to third man. Yep, just inside. Good call there from the umpire. 4 it is. 4 more to Seapol. So he continues to go along here. 32 from 16. At the moment, striking at 200 is Suraj Seapol. Beach Sports Club, they would know that they need to get him out. This time he's hitting this one a long way. This one is gone. On top of the roof, on the other end. Right there at that boundary mini-mart. It's gone on the roof of that building. A big hit from Seapol. He is well and truly off and running here now. 49 without loss in 3.3 overs. Carnage so far here. Seapol the destroyer. 38 from 17. Patty on the other end, 3 from 4. Some would say he's a bit sedate, but he's playing his role in this partnership. Getting Seapol back on strike. Slight break in play as we've got to retrieve that ball. It's got to retrieve that ball. It's gone all the way onto the opposite side of the playing park. Slight break in play here. I think we've gotten back ball and we're all ready to resume action here. Not for the first, I don't think we're going to see that for the first time. I think we're going to see that numerous times throughout the evening. The ball's going to all parts of the beach recreation ground. It's not a big ground by any stretch of the imagination. Now with the bats these days, batters are not even middling and it's going all the way for 6. Edges too are even flying away. I really feel it for the bowlers. Difficult job. Duncan has got to pull things back here. It's a bit expensive, none for 25 so far. Here he is again. This time a better delivery. Siraj is just chopping down on this one. And that single is going to bring up the 50 for the Notorious Night Riders off just 22 deliveries. It just goes to show what Seapol has done. See how Patia plays this particular situation. There he is, doing the smart thing again. Just allowing the ball to come on to him and just turning it into the onside, and Seapol was down the other end. Eager to get back on strike. At the moment he's striking the ball nicely. Oh, good delivery, and again this one is going to beat Lobin and go into the boundary for 4. So runs leaking here for the Beach Sports Club. Again innocuous from Seapol, but effective nonetheless. And he's got another boundary. So 55 without loss after 4 overs. Seapol 43 from 19. So Kendon Sutton, new bowler replacing Diaz from this southern end.
Yeah, well, a deep minute kita na longon.
In fact, it's not Sutton. Just
Yeah, that's
confirm the
off.
bowler for you. It looks as though it's going to be Devendra Krishna. So Devendra Krishna is the new bowler here for the Beach Sports Club. I think we need to get to that stall.
Welcome.
So Devendra Krishna is the new bowler. Let's see if he could put a break on this scoring. Patia to take strike. So the deep fielders, long on, deep mid wicket. This one is smartly played from Patia. This one deserves a boundary. Excellent shot there from Chris Patia. They're smartly just turning this one, paddling it really. There was no short fine in place, and that one ran away for another boundary. So runs really flowing here for the Notorious Knight Riders. They continue to pile on the pressure on the Beach Sports home team. Fans around the ground not happy with the way things have gone so far. Still a long way to go. I know that much. So Krishna again from through one around the wicket. Again, this one is a straightish delivery. Pushed away, and Patia is getting a single. So he gets C-Paul back on strike. Blistering from C-Paul so far. 43 from 19. Devendra Krishna, a veteran, real experienced campaigner. And to this one, C-Paul is back and pushing. Can't get a single. So good here from Krishna. Slow through the air, taking all the pace off.
No ball.
No ball is the call. Cardinal sin here from Krishna. No ball is the signal, so it's gonna be a free hit. Cardinal sin here from Krishna. C-Paul needs no second invitations. So Beach Sports under real pressure here so far. So there is a reward, I'll tell you after this delivery. Oh, good delivery. Quicker one from Krishna. All of the experience coming to bear there, coming to fruit. C-Paul couldn't do much with the free hit. Quicker. Good comeback here from Krishna. Can he get out of this over? This time again, he is taking pace off once more. C-Paul again can't make contact. So there's a reward of $1,800 in cold hard cash for any spectator that can take a one-handed catch in the crowd. This is huge, humongous from C-Paul. Got that one in his arc, and he's deposited it over deep mid wicket for a huge 6. Picked that one up nicely was C-Paul. And so he races along now to 49 at the end of 5 overs. It's 67 without loss. So Akil Timothy is going to pick up the attack here. Another bowling change from the Biche Sports Club. Timothy now from the northern end. Left arm spinner. Good time now to say good evening to my co-commentator Gerard Basso.
Come on. Come guys, come guys.
Hello Kadir, hello everyone. I heard you say something about $1,800. So I came in immediately.
Well, I was told by event organizers that we aren't part of the spectators who are considered spectators. As I was asking, $1,800 sounds a nice reward for taking a one-handed catch.
Of course, we do have the one Gordo as part of our team. He's catching balls in the oval, catching balls at the National Cricket Centre. You yourself have played for Mary Boys. I thought it was a shoe-in.
Oh!
Unfortunately, we can't be considered. This could be a mix-up here. Seapol wanted a single. Patia was unmoved. And in the end, all's well that ends well. A good start here from Timothy. 2 dot deliveries.
Oh!
This time Patia is sweeping, and this one is nicely played again. Delicate from Patia, deserved another boundary. And the score is motoring along now. It's 71 without loss.
Yeah, I think motoring along is a bit of an understatement. They're already 70 plus inside of the power play. And that's not what Biche would have expected, having won the toss and deciding to take to the field first. Of course, we have been talking about that crowd catch, and Biche will have to do a little bit better with their fielding as well. A couple of catches already going down, a couple of misfields as well, allowing that momentum that we've seen from the Knight Riders.
It's Patia again, just dabbing this one out into the offside. Yeah, but this has been a good over. Can Timothy finish good here? This could really be a pivotal over, the final one of the power play. Bit of bounce again that time, so good again from Timothy. That's the boundary in the over, 1 legal delivery to go.
Yeah, it's always a bit different playing on the matting, isn't it?
Drilled away through the offside. Power this time from Patia, and another 4.
Yeah, just giving himself some room and carving this one through that offside in vacant space. That boundary, 75 at the end of the power play. And I tell you, Kadir, they're well on course to superseding the scores in that first semi-final back on Friday. If memory serves, in and around that 180 mark, 170 odd. Was the score in the first innings in that first semi-final on a Friday evening. And of course, many of the young ones here, always a breath of fresh air to see the young ones out at any cricket match. Of course, thank you to Seenath Auto for another year of sponsorship of this community T20 competition. The wonderful community of Biche, Southwest Trinidad, just a few kilometers away from Mayaro, a few kilometers south of Sandy Grande.
This start this start here from Seapole and Patia. Paso, the projected score is 250. I think if these two could bat a bit more, there's still a lot of batting to come for the Notorious Night Riders. Dinesh Ramdin, Ricardo Adams.
I saw Shatruhan Rambaran around earlier.
Rambaran is also there as well. So this could be very, very uphill task here for the Beach Sports Club. They've got to pull things back. They've got to pick up wickets. It's the only way of stemming the run flow. Krishna again with his second over.
Just making some slight adjustments to his field, getting his players and his fielders in the right position.
It's very experienced, Devendra Krishna. So if it's anyone that stands a good chance of breaking this partnership, it could be him. Seapole, one away from a half century. This one, he's trying to hoist on the onside, and it goes right through him. And Krishna, just as I said, he could be the one to make the breakthrough, and that he does. Seapole goes for a well-played 49. Notorious Night Riders now lose their first wicket at 75 for 1.
Yeah, looking to play to that onside, probably through mid-wicket to a ball that was definitely too full to be playing that type of shot. Looking to sweep, in fact, and ended up having to change the shot in the end. And you mentioned the experience of Krishna. And I was about to mention that over that he bowled previously. He did come back well after that no ball that he bowled in the over. And speaking of one, Shatruhan Rambaran, here he is making his way to the middle.
Yeah, definitely. Now that Seapole is gone, he's played his role. He's done his job. He's been asked to go there, give the team a flying start. He's done that. And now he's just laid the platform here for the likes of Rambaran, Ramdin, Adams to come. You know, but looking on the bright side for the Beach Sports Club, the Devendra Krishna, he's made that breakthrough. They would have wanted that wicket badly.
I was just reminded that Biche Sports Club won that Southeast Zone 40 overs final yesterday.
Yep.
So there is a pedigree in this Biche Sports Club team.
Yeah, for the third time in a row, the champions of that 40 over tournament. Finalists in the T20 form as well.
Captained yesterday by the man, I haven't seen him for the evening yet though, Ryan Baksh.
Yeah, he's all over. He's the main man here.
Yeah, he and his
Ryan
dad.
Bash, yeah. Hafiz Al-Bash, who does a lot of good things in terms of beautifying the beach sports recreation ground.
Yeah, was awarded that Greenleaf International Award a couple of years back.
Yeah.
We have seen Dad. We haven't seen Ryan yet for the evening. He's usually always around, and the hospitality is so becoming of this wonderful community of Biche.
So Krishna here to Rambaran, and Rambaran immediately down on one knee, paddling this one into vacant space. Thinking about two, but good work in the outfield, just a single. So Rambaran off and running here.
And a shot that is almost synonymous with Shatruhan Rambaran. One of those type of players, Kadir, that he tends to just play himself in, and a noddler and a noodler of the ball. But once he's in full flight, you're going to see some of those elegant inside out, extra cover type shots, driving through the onside.
Yeah, he's pleasing on the eye, Rambaran. Needs to get in here. So and again is another good delivery from Krishna. I like this from Krishna. He's operated here wicket to wicket. He's not giving the batters anything to free their arms. He's been very, very deceptive with his pace. Very experienced campaigner, Krishna.
Yeah, there's that deception in pace once again. Beating Patia for a bit of pace there just outside that off stump. Almost taking the outside edge.
Yeah.
Definitely a family affair, as you mentioned earlier. When you come down to communities as these.
And this one is hammered away over long on, all the way for 6. big shot here from Patia, his first one of the evening. And what a good shot it was.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too full there, Krishna. And right in the arc of Patia. And going many a mile. I think that one's going into someone's yard on the opposite side of the road. And our good friend Dogo. A staple of this Biche Community T20 competition. He's a bit lonesome today, isn't he?
Yeah. Interested spectator.
I think he's looking in the direction as to where the ball went. I think he is looking to see if maybe he can go for the ball.
But what is interesting though, Basso, is that the sixes that we've seen on show this evening, yeah, just looking at this one again, it was a big hit. It was in the zone, it was in the arc. Deposited over those trees, perched right on the boundaries edge here of this ground. Yeah, it's interesting though, Basso, that all of the sixes we've seen so far, none of the spectators had any chance of taking any catches whatsoever.
Yeah, I think a couple of the spectators might have to go back into their yards because that's the distance and the power.
This one is wider from Krishna, and there is protection back there. So just a single to finish the over at the end of 7. Notorious Knight Riders 83 for 1. So Akil Timothy about to come back in for his second over. Pretty decent first over, just see it coming from it. Patia now getting into his work, 24 from 17. So the deep fielders here for Timothy. There's a sweep on the offside, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. In fact, now
He's just brought mid wicket into the circle, in fact. And he's moved the man from behind square into short third. In fact, he's going back onto the boundary at third man. We're just about 3/4 of the way.
interesting field set here. Down the leg side, excellent take from Lobin behind the stumps.
You move one fielder from the leg side as a skipper, and then your bowler bowls down the leg side.
Touched away into the onside. Good running from these two.
Yeah, a lot better on that occasion. Your skipper has just strengthened the offside. And that's the line you want to continue along on the offside, outside that off stump.
Real family spectacle here. Young ones out here, lovely evening. It's a nice cool evening, I must say. Very, very good to view some lovely cricket action. A lot of big name players on show too.
Yeah, you were talking about how far the ball is being hit. I tell you, the man who opened the bowling for Knight Riders, he can hit the ball a long way. Cyril Diaz won't give the spectators much of a chance at that 1800.
Sure, this one has made a lot of height. Does it have the distance to carry? Yes, it does. So Rambaran gets his first 6 of the evening. And the Knight Riders now gone up now to 91 for 1.
Yeah, I think the chance was dropped. Yes, it was. It was dropped.
Oh.
A good attempt at taking that spectator's catch.
Wicket bump here.
There he was. He could have left there with $1,800 richer, Basso.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He just made a meal of it.
I need to see if we can identify who that spectator was. See if we can identify him. We'll come back to it.
Well ball, Beanie. Well ball, killer. Well ball.
So a dot here from Timothy would come back. I felt as though Rembrandt didn't get all of that one. But just as I was mentioning,
Yeah, it just seemed to come off the top edge of the bat.
this time he's dabbing away. Not going to be the backward point fielder.
Oh, now you get the sweeper here.
So one delivery to go in this over. Good here from Timothy. Quick into the pads. Rembrandt pushes this one away into the offside. So at the end of 8 overs, it's 92 for 1, the Knight Riders.
Yeah, I can't tell who the man is who dropped that catch. Motoring along at a 92 for 1 after 8 overs. You would expect them to get in excess of 200. You would think that should be a winning score. But as you mentioned, it's not necessarily a big ground. Of course, they are playing on the matting as well, so it poses a different challenge, both for bowlers and batters.
Yeah, definitely. Alvin Sonny is a new bowler, a young man, representative of Trinidad under 17, youth player. So it's a very, very healthy run rate here. 11.5 to the over is what the Knight Riders are going at the moment. Projected score is 230. Deep fielders are for Sonny. Long off, long on. Deep point. And looks like a deep mid wicket. That was a wide delivery to start with from Sonny.
Yeah, you mentioned him, national under 17 player. I saw him for the first time live last year at the CWI Rising Stars under 17 championship. And he looked very controlled as a bowler, not like the start he has had today.
This one is pushed away. There is protection there. So just one more to the total. Alvin Sonny was part of that under 17 team that pushed the Barbados team all the way in the two-day competition and the 50 over competition as well. Rising Stars tournament. Good young prospect.
Yeah, a lot better in the field as well than we saw earlier in this innings.
Carved away. Oh, an excellent feeling on the boundary's edge. Excellent work in the deep. That looks to be Barsati, Videsh Barsati. I think Patia stood up thinking that that was going to the boundary. It was destined to go. And there was Barsati just pulling out a big dive.
Yeah, I think we all thought it was 4 because he did make full connection just as he's made full connection. This time he's picked the gap.
This one was screaming away. No chance for that fielder inside that cover. Oh, just over the head of
and we see a bit of that elegance as we spoke about with Shatrahan Rambaran earlier. Inside out.
Up and over. Barsati getting under it, and he takes the catch. So Rambaran has to go in and out for 13. Sonny picks up a wicket, and Barsati taking a good safe catch at deep point.
Yeah, he was stretching for this one a bit. It was a bit wider and coming off really the toe end of the bat and skying down to third. And Alvin Soni, after starting the over with a wide, will be pleased to pick up the big wicket of Shatrughan Rambaran.
So 99 for 2 as Rambaran departs.
If you look at it, Kadir, he was really just stretching for it in the end. The ball just leaving him a little bit more than just being wide. It was drifting away from him. But a good safe catch down at third. And it will bring former West Indies captain, former Red Force captain, former captain of so many teams, a World Cup winner.
Yeah.
One of the best wicket keepers to come out of the region. His accolades speak for themselves. Dinesh Ramdin will come to the middle.
Yeah, definitely needs no invitations. Dinesh Ramdin, known on the big stage. I think Rambaran, though, he had no intentions of keeping that one down. He always wanted to hit it up. Just didn't get all of it. That was excellent field placing on the part of the Beach Sports. And Sonny working to the plan there. Barsati, who did an excellent bit of fielding, just capped off good performance with that safe catch. So 99 for 2 here. Ramdin is the new batter. Patia is still there. This time he's guiding this one nicely, but again, good piece of work from Ali at point. And that has certainly brought some life to the spectators here. Brought up the 100 or 2 for the Notorious Knight Riders. He's wearing Daniel Williams' jersey. Daniel Williams, wicketkeeper batter. Slow delivery. Good variation there. That quick single. Couldn't pick up cleanly there, Ali. But then the end of a good, successful over from Sonny. At the end of 9, it's 101 for 2.
This one's in the air, pulled, and it's gone all the way, has it? Yes, indeed, it's gone all the way. So starting the over with a maximum here.
Yeah, Dinesh Ramdin just extending the arms on that one. In fact, it was Patia on strike. Swatted that one away over mid-wicket.
This one is a swung over mid-wicket. It's gone all the way.
Consecutive sixes here for Chris Patia, taking a liking to Aaron Ali, the new bowler from the northern end. Yeah, Patia climbing into that one, made a lot of height, got the distance. Certainly got the desired result. Not sure if any spectators back there had any opportunity or chance of taking that catch, a one-handed catch.
I'll tell you something, in that direction, beyond the shop on that side, the police station is down that way. I wonder if the police officers qualify. Because I think one will end up at some point in the police station down the hill.
So here Ali needs to pull things back here, needs to tighten it up. Patia 39 from 22. It's going again, Patia, and this time he's going again. Another one, third one in the over. Consecutive sixes here from Patia. He certainly flicked the switch.
Yeah, just over pitching is Adrian Ali and paying the price. Clearing that front leg is Patia and just lifting him over these short boundaries at the Biche Recreational Facility.
Yeah, 3 sixes in the over. Can we see 6 sixes here? I'll tell you what, I won't be surprised if we do. Patia really taking up where Sipo left off now. He's 45 from 23. 3 sixes to start this over. 119 for 2, Basso.
Yeah, the 100 coming up in the last over. And in a blink of an eye, they've gone just about 120. I think 200. They're going to supersede and surpass that 200 mark should they continue in this manner.
More spectators coming in here.
Come here, work it, come on.
Slight correction. I do apologize. I got my cardinal points. I got them wrong. Biche is actually to southeast. So I do apologize for that. So Ali switching sides now from around the wicket. Does it make a difference? This one is squirted away in the air. Ah, and it's put down. Oh, he had the opportunity there to get rid of Patia. Couldn't make amends. Patia was stretching for this one. Let's confirm the fielder for you. Didn't seem James Duncan it is. Oh, and he's made a meal of that one.
It just seemed to be a little bit too casual for my liking, and seems to have done himself a number here in trying to get to that ball. He seemed to have done the hard work in getting there. It seemed to be just a little bit casual as he ran into the ball, though.
I'm not making any excuses here for the fielders, but right on the boundary's edge, there's a bit of there's a dark spot, and so he's running into from dark into light. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with his drop catch. Usually a safe pair of hands, James Duncan.
Of course, as you say, that dark into light, the lights here, as you can see in the frame, are just a bit low, the floodlights here, so it is possible that he may have just lost it for a moment in the lights. But of course, at any level, you would expect those that go almost straight to a fielder running in to take the ball. You expect it to be taken.
Oh, cut away, misfield. And this too is going to go for 4. So it's not going the way of the Biche Sports Club at the moment. They're really not been good in the field. And there's evidence of that again. It should have just been a dot delivery. And there it was, just beating that fielder and going away for 4.
Yeah, one of his favored and favorite shots, Dinesh Ramden cutting behind point. That boundary will take the total at the 10 over mark to 124 for 2. And that will usher in the drinks as well. And while the umpires, the players, and everyone avails themselves of beverages, so will we. And again, thank you to Seenath Auto for continued sponsorship of this Biche T20, Community T20 competition.
So welcome back to action here in the Biche T20 Sports Foundation T20 competition in collaboration with Seenath Auto Parts. It's semi-final action number 2 here. Biche Sports Club up against Notorious Night Riders. Earlier in the piece, Biche won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Decision at this point they're slightly not happy with. 124 for 2 at the end of 10 overs at the halfway stage. Early on we saw Surat Sipol hitting 49 in quick time. Patia has taken up the mantle. He's deposited another 6 and he's brought up a half century here. Chris Patia. Excellent knock here from him. And another 6 goes on in the books.
Yeah, we talk about that $1,800 crowd catch with one hand, but the ball just continues to sail across the road. And in the vicinity where there are no spectators. But Alvin Sonny, much like his compatriot before, just over pitching into the arc of Patia. And as we've seen on previous occasions, that previous over where he hit 3 consecutive 6s, over pitching, he's just going to clear that front leg is Patia and deposit the ball wherever he wants.
Yeah, he's done that well so far. 52 from 25 deliveries. Certainly prompted some field changes from the skipper of this Biche team.
And for a moment, they did draw the run rate back just ever so slightly. At one point, the projected score was over 250. And then they brought it down to just in and about 200. It's now back well over 250.
Yes, Patia again, clearing that front leg, hitting straight and bisecting middle, long off and long on, and picks up here another boundary for this time.
Yeah, almost like a good old-fashioned forehand in tennis. And picking, as Kadir said, that gap with precision.
Yeah, Timothy had long off. Stand no chance of getting that one. He was a bit wideish too, a wideish long off. Sonny, can he come up with a good delivery here? This time Patia is giving himself some room, backing away. And he's getting a single.
Yeah, close shave there at a run out. But Patia well within his crease by that time. You mentioned that Timothy's now come a bit straighter in front of us here at long off. And he's now put that field at backward point a little bit finer.
Another slow delivery. And again another single. Good running from these two. Good from Ramden too. Getting Patia back on strike. Patia is hot at the moment. Striking some big blows here. Projected score is 257. Current run rate is just a shade under 13. 12.8. Oh, good delivery there from Sonny.
Yeah, good deception. Another slow delivery from Alvin Sonny.
Some big names out of the lineup here for Biche Sports Club, most notably Navin Bidesi, who is a born and bred right here in Biche. He's a local lad. Oh, and not good signs. There's some rains down here at the moment. The ground staff are at the ready. Bit of a heavy drizzle. The umpires are continuing. Pull away. And this one again is quoting along the ground. It's gone away for 4. So Patia not letting up here. Continuing to put away the bad deliveries. They skidded off one bounce. Spectators behind there. Got to be on the lookout.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of the benefit of playing on the matting. We can play on the matting a bit longer than the bare pitch.
Well, the good news is that it's easing up a touch. It just came down in sort of a heavyish manner. It's just slightly eased up. Players are still out there. Umpires are in place. So Akil Timothy is going to come in for his third over here. Ramden about to take strike. The drizzle has come back down. Nothing that the umpires can't continue with. There's Ramden just turning this one. Just turning over the strike.
Yeah, of course, that's something we've become quite accustomed to. And this anonymous with Dinesh Ramden. He's going to turn over the strike when necessary. When he's got the ball in his arc, he's going to put it away. But it's all about this man here, though, Patia. And he continues along his merry way. And I think this is why Dinesh Ramden just simply tucked the ball leg side and took the single.
Yeah, this is good. Excellent partnership batting. Patia is at the moment, he's seeing the ball nicely. And he's finding the middle of his bat. This time again, cutting away with an offer. And he just found that gap. He's forward of point. Picked up another boundary. So he's gone on now to 61 from just 28 deliveries. 145 for 2. Just had 11.2 overs so far. So we could see a score well past the 200 mark. And there's Patia beating all ends up. Good delivery from Timothy. Just asking a polite question from the umpire. Not out, he says.
Definitely struck outside the line. Also the angle going down leg side. Speaking about down leg side, call is for 2. It'll only be 1. That single will bring up the 150. In fact, it's not the 150 just yet.
So 147 for 2.
Yeah, I think the house announcer has just added a couple of runs to the score. Of course, the official score is 148 now.
Patia back on strike. Deep fielders, deep mid wicket, long off, long on. Deep extra cover. Coming off a tickish inside edge.
Man, you can hear the grunt as he played the shot. He feels as he's missed out there. And why not? He's been hitting the ball cleanly. You know what it does, though, that single will bring up the 50-run partnership between the pair. It's come in quick time.
Patia has contributed 36 of 11 deliveries in the partnership. And this one is coming off another outside edge. Intentionally after save from Ramden, beating short third man and going away for another boundary. This one will now bring up the 150 for the Notorious Knight Riders. It's 153 for 2 now at the end of 12 overs.
Yeah, sometimes you're never quite sure if Ramden means to play the ball in those directions or if it's the outside edge.
Slip ball.
I think he's so subtle with his wrists that sometimes we think it may be the outside edge, and just at the last moment, he just opens the face. He's so clever with those shots, Dinesh Ramden.
Yeah, when we look back at that one in particular, you can see that he just opened the face on contact, guided it down past the wicketkeeper. So 153 for 2 after 12.
Looks as though Cedar Diaz is going to come back into the attack. So Kendon Sutton here, the captain of this Biche Sports Club, he's got a headache on his hands.
Yeah, 48 deliveries to go in the innings. And even if they only get a run a ball, they'll still get to 200.
Yeah. So it's Diaz, deep fielders, long off, long on, deep backward square. In fact, deep point, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. Fielders outside the circle. Patia again is heaving to the onside. Should just be one. It is.
Yeah, I think he's beginning to tire just a bit, is Patia. You can see him just losing his shape in the shots he's played in the last, say, over and a half. And even a couple of runs that you'd think would be 2. He's only gone for 1 when Ramden would have been looking for 2.
So again, it's nicely tucked away from Ramden. This here should be 2 in. Timing is so good from Ramden.
In fact, there is the opportunity of 3.
This could be a mix-up here. Patia wanted 3 that occasion. Ramden said no. Patia was struggling halfway down the track. Luckily, the throw wasn't a good one.
Yeah, the initial throw in was a poor one, and it ricocheted off the fielder backing up. Patia was almost at the strikers and shaking hands with Ramden. Luckily, the ricochet from the fielder backing up from the poor throw, the initial piece of fielding, it ran back towards the fine leg region and allowed him to get back into his crease.
Yeah, good to see some smiles from Diaz and company. So it's difficult. This Biche Sports Club, the 3rd-time champions in the 40-over championship, Southeast Zone. So they've got to bring their A game here. They've got to keep their heads up. Sure, cut away. And this is going for 4. Nice late back cut from Ramden. So something that we've so grown accustomed to seeing. And he's pierced another gap and picked up another boundary here.
Yeah, a touch of class from the former West Indies captain, Dinesh Ramden. A shot that, as we've mentioned time and time again, it's synonymous with the man. And they say form is temporary and class is permanent. And we can see all that class in that shot from him.
Again, this one is coming off a tickish outside edge from Ramden, and again they're able to get the single. But these two are teammates at club level, Diaz and Ramden. Both represent the Woodland Sports Club. So Cedar Diaz would know a bit about Ramden. I'm not sure there are much weaknesses when it comes to his batting, Dinesh Ramden.
Yeah, I think familiarity sometimes with a player like Dinesh Ramden doesn't account for much, but it's Patia on this occasion pulling a shortish one. And it's a well fielded in the end.
Again, there was Patia heaving. Good fielding from James Duncan, coming around from deep mid wicket.
Yeah,
Some excellent work.
I think that's another sign there, Kadir, that he's just beginning to tire just a bit, is Patia.
Yeah, you only got a single there. Ramden jamming down on this one. And he too is going to pick up a single to retain strike for the next over. At the end of 13, it's 163 for 2.
Now, of course, we are here at the Biche Recreational Ground, and this lovely community, southeastern community of Biche. It is quite the drive, but once you are here, it is so lovely, and the hospitality always something to behold. Of course, thank you to Seenath also for continuous sponsorship of the Biche Community T10 T20 competition. I keep saying T10. I think I've watched too much T10 cricket over the last couple of months.
You just can't seem to get it out of your head.
And of course, there is a T10 tournament coming up in a couple of weeks in Tobago. I think my mind is already in Tobago.
And there's Ramden again, just smart, just pushing this one into the onside. Turning over the strike.
I think I'm thinking about Tobago because Biche, the hospitality, the community nature and vibe of the place just reminds me so much of Tobago.
Yeah, definitely. It's been excellent. Hospitality, the fans, passionate about their cricket here. Come out in numbers. If you look around there from that shot, you see the boundaries edge is full of spectators. A loud appeal, and this time he has to go Patia. So James Duncan brought back into the attack, and he's picked up a huge wicket here of Patia, who has to go leg before for 64. The Knight Riders now 164 for 3.
Yeah, looked to be hit on the back leg and definitely plumb in front. Again, just a bit of tiredness perhaps in the shot. And on previous occasions, you would have seen him clearing the front leg even more to play those type of shots. But he's going to get a round of applause from all and sundry here at the Biche Recreational Facility. Yeah, just a tiredness in the shot. Looking to play across the line into that mid-wicket region. But his innings cannot go understated. He's given more than a platform for the back end of the innings here.
Yeah, well, it's not relenting whatsoever. Here's Ricardo Adams striding out here for Notorious Knight Riders. And I'll tell you something about this guy. He's from Guyana. He was in and around the Guyana setup, first class setup. He represents the Endeavour Sports Club here in Trinidad. And I remember one particular game against Woodland. He came out at number 4 and he smoked 100 and 243 not out. He was at the end of the day's play. Some huge sixes.
I remember that distinctly. We did that game together. You were on commentary with Vinod. I was doing the camera work and my gosh, I was tired. He hit the ball to all parts.
Yeah. So he is a very, very dangerous campaigner to be coming in here now.
I remember it distinctly. That was last year, September.
Yeah.
During the month of September, just before we left to do a couple of tournaments away. So he does have the pedigree. I tell you, he's one. He hits the ball so far. That crowd catch may be out of the question.
He is getting off the mark immediately. There's Adams. Good work again from Barsati on the boundary. So definitely here now, Basso, it's really a case of the Biche having to pick up wickets regularly to really, really affect this game in terms of where the Notorious Knight Riders end up at the end of their 20 overs.
Of course, that little stat that we talked about, winning that Southeast Zone 40 overs consecutively.
Tickled nicely. No fine leg in place. There was a short fine. And Ramden just had to beat that man. That he did. And he picks up another boundary. So he is moving along here merrily. Is Dinesh Ramden.
Yeah, the deft touches synonymous with the man. And a strike rate of just under 200. So when you think that Patia has been out and it's going to relent, you look at Dinesh Ramden's score and his strike rate being just in and about 190, 195. And you think to yourself, if you're Biche, we got to get him out now.
Pleasantly played from Ramden. And that deserved for. Oh, in fact, Diaz with some acrobatic work. Did he do enough? Did he prevent the boundary? Just wait on the signal from the umpire. I think he did. Excellent work from Diaz on the boundary's edge. Acrobatical.
I think that was a little bit closer than we think. So we found them out.
Barsati again with good work in the outfield. Kept it down to just a single. Looking for another one here. Alerted it was Duncan. So a successful over for Duncan and the Biche Sports. At the end of 14, it's 171 for 3. So 6 overs remaining here in this one. Diaz to bowl his 4th and final over. Carnage to say the least here. 171 for 3 after 14 overs. Current run rate is 12.2. Ramden is 30 from 16. Adams new to the crease. A runner ball 2. Adams is on strike. The deep fielders. Wideish long off. Long on. Deep mid wicket. And looks to be a deep point. So Diaz. Yes, Adams down the track, and again another misfield. So not going to result in 1. Something that the Biche Sports Club, they've got to tighten up on. They've got to be more alert in the field. They've got to be sharper. It's a semi-final. You've got to bring your A game.
Yeah, I was mentioning to you before the break for the last over that they're going to back themselves because they've won, albeit a 40-over competition successfully, defending their title. They can back themselves to get any total that the Knight Riders get, but they will look back at this innings and they will tell themselves, no matter where the score ends up, they're going to tell themselves that they gave away probably about 25 runs in the field. A couple of drop catches, a number of misfields. You wonder how much of it might be because they may be a little bit tired, possibly some of the players from playing so much cricket through the season. Could it be the pressure of playing in front of a capacity home crowd?
I think whatever happens here, whatever score that the Knight Riders get at the end of their 20 overs, Biche are going to back themselves. They have the the 12th man, so to speak. The crowd, they're always going to back their players. They're so confident in their abilities. And why not? Cedar Diaz, Kendon Sutton, the captain. There's also Akil Timothy. There are a few players here that could do some damage if they get off. That's for the Beach Sports Club.
See, on the other side of the coin, what they have to contend with is a player like a Dinesh Ramden, who you expect is going to be the wicket keeper for the Night Riders, and so astute in his tactics.
Push down the ground.
So it's not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination, but you're absolutely correct. They're going to have to back themselves. They're going to have to believe that they can get any total that is set in front of them.
Yeah, definitely. It's for certain that we are going to see a score upwards of 200. Oh, good slow delivery from Diaz. Had Ricardo Adams flashing at thin air.
Yeah, much to the delight of the house announcer and the near capacity crowd here at the Beach Recreational Facility. I tell you, it is near capacity here this evening, and come Friday for the finals.
What I'd say though, Paso, is that clipped away. Again, good work in the outfield. So a good over from Diaz comes to an end. Just 5 coming from it at the end of 15, 176 for 3.
Of course, you're hearing it there in the Stump Effects mic from umpire Simon Arun that this will be the power play over. Or this should be the power play over. Of course, there is that floating batting power play that can be taken. Of course, thank you once again, as always, to Seenath's Auto. This is the Seenath Auto Biche Community T20 competition, edition 2024. And there you go. The umpire has signaled that it is going to be the power play over. Is it Duncan that is going to be bowling this over?
So more pressure here on Beach Sports Club. A power play over. Ricardo Adams and Dinesh Ramden. Batters out in the middle. Ramden 32 from 18. Adams 5 from 6. Power play over. So just 2 fielders outside the circle at the moment. Those two at a wideish long off and long on. Strange though that long off is that wide, Basso. So maybe the plan from Duncan might be to go wide here just to get inside the wide line. See how it goes.
Definitely wide is the modus operandi. Probably not that length, because that was almost a hit me length. Probably wants to be a lot fuller or maybe shorter, given the field that he's set. There you go, looking for that full and wide Yorker. It's getting a little too wide on that occasion. This one, he misses his length, and it's pumped over the shop on the far end of the ground from us. I tell you, Kadir, down that direction, down the hill, is where the police station is. I tell you, one might very well end up in that police station before the evening is out.
Yeah, again, Ricardo Adams using the Long levers. Power on this occasion. Power is never the issue with Adams. Once he gets the connection, it's always going to go over these small boundaries. And again, we have a slight break in play as we've got to retrieve the ball. And I did tell you that previous occasion was not going to be the first time you're going to see that. And I'm pretty certain that this is not going to be the second time we're going to see something like this.
Of course, there is still some 25 overs, just about, a little less than 25 overs in this match.
Yep.
20 overs in the second innings and the 4.5 here.
Duncan 1 for 50 so far. This one again is full and wide. Adams did not get the elevation. Still able to get it down to long off.
Yeah, but this one is a much better delivery than the previous one because he's erred on the fuller side. The last one, he missed his length by probably about 6 inches, and it ended up being a half volley that Adams could have just played through the line of sorts.
Yeah.
It was free the arms.
I've not seen that the Beach Sports Club, I've not seen them go to their slow deliveries that often, and I think that's a delivery that must not be understood on this surface. Just could grip in the matting, and it could really be an effective delivery, but we've not seen much.
Well, we did see a couple of times from Alvin Sony employing that slow delivery to good effect, resulting in probably just 1 run or mostly dot balls. A couple of times from Cedil Diaz as well.
Yeah, I just think that it's a delivery that they should use a bit more often, just to offset the rhythm of the batter as well.
I think even in the first semi-final, when we looked at the spinners bowling, you mentioned the matting. And there you go. It tends to just do a couple of different things on the matting as opposed to the bare pitch. We saw a couple on a Friday just jump a bit from the spinners. Of course, when they slowed their pace down as well, it gripped significantly on the matting. This one is short and wide, and
Oh, Barsati was going straight to Barsati and just had to come in slightly. The fielders, they're not happy. His teammates took an excellent catch earlier on. This one, I'm not sure if he just missed the trajectory, but it landed just in front of him. I think that was a missed opportunity there. Look at it again. Slashed away. Aerially, he was in the air for quite some time, and Barsati just had to make a few steps in and could have got a relatively easy catch. He didn't do that, just a single. So at the end of 16 overs, it's 190 for 3.
so 16 overs now completed in the Knight Riders' batting innings. Of course, the toss was won by the Beach Sports Club earlier in the evening. They elected to bowl first. And it's backfired of sorts, Kadir, having bowled first and conceded 190 in 16 overs. 24 deliveries to go, and you think that 250 might still be on the cards.
Definitely. Oh, a bit of bounce from Sonny. And again, you could see some poor feeling. Fielder just at the edge of the circle at short third man. Look at it. It made a lot of height. Got big on Adams.
It just seemed to, I think it was he held it cross seam, so it just, and he wanted to throw it in a lot shorter than he was in his previous over. But the ball just seemed to skip. And we were just talking about that in the last over. The ball seems to do a couple of different things on a matting.
Yeah, I think if it's one surface type that you could use a lot of variations, it's this matting.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a cross-seam delivery, just the way that he bowled it.
There's another slow delivery, and there you go. There you go, Basso. Value for money with those slower deliveries. It's going to grip in the surface, and this is well executed too from Alvin Sonny. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying slow deliveries, but you got to execute.
And that's a one before that just seemed to skip off the surface.
And the other one, he had Ramden beaten all ends up. See what he does here. This time, pace on. Drill, down to long off. Looking for two. Here's Ramden. Timothy is good in the outfield and he's keeping it down to just a single. Excellent work in the deep.
Yeah, one of the things we saw with that previous delivery as well, it just seemed to drift with the arm. There's a bit of movement through the air from Alvin Sonny. This is a good over from him.
Yeah, good so far. I think he's got to go slow delivery here again to Adams. He's got protection on the onside, deep mid-wicket and a wideish long on. And this time he's just getting a bit too straight. Swiveling on this one is Adams, and he's going to get another boundary here. Adams may not be where he wanted it to go, but he got the result.
Looking to go short of a length, that hard length at Adams. And Adams, almost a premeditated shot, almost made up his mind that he was going to play that ball to the leg side. Of course, the scorecard won't say inner edge, on the edge, toe end of the bat, Q end. It's just going to say 4.
It never does. All account to the batter. So 196 for 3.
A couple of the young ones in. I tell you, you mentioned Navin Bidesi.
Another slow delivery. This one in the air. Timothy's getting it. Oh, just over the head of Akil Timothy, who made a lot of ground to his left-hand side. It was flat and went all the way for 6. Powerful shot here from Adams.
Yeah, for Akil Timothy to take that catch, he would have had to be standing in the basketball court. It was so well struck from Adams.
Just for a moment, I thought it was going to hand. Timothy was wide at long on, and he's gone even wider now.
Yeah, I think Timothy himself thought it was coming to him.
There you go again.
Good deception here.
Basso, another slow delivery, and it just results in a single. So just not going to the slower balls
Yeah, back of the
that
arm.
much. The Biche bowlers. So at the end of 17 overs, it's 203 for 3. 18 deliveries to go here, Basso. I'm going to put you on the spot. Our projected score says 239. What do you think the Knight Riders, what do you think they'd be comfortable with considering the position that they are in now?
I think they're already comfortable with the 200 already on the board. Because, as I've said earlier, they've already gone past what was scored in semi-final number 1. 174, 175, somewhere in that vicinity was scored in semi-final number 1. I think given the platform they've had, 18 deliveries to go, they would want nothing less than 240. Anywhere in that vicinity, 230 to 240, with 18 deliveries to go.
I think they'd want a bit more than that. I'm thinking here that they would want to get up to that 250 mark. Still batting to come for the Notorious Knight Riders. Let's see who is going to pick up the attack here. I think it may very well be Akil Timothy to bowl his 4th and final over. 3 overs, none for 30. Yes, it is going to be Timothy. Tell you the deep fielders here. Here's a deep extra cover. A long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket. This one is speared into the pads. Leg buys it is. And from the stump, Mike Basso, you could hear the Biche wicketkeeper. He's just asking Dinesh Ramlin for some tips with regards to wicket keeping, which is good. He's quizzing the brain of Dinesh Ramlin. This is excellent. Ramlin is always willing to share advice and give advice to the youngsters. He's always looking at growth and development. This is good. I like this from Lobin. He's been excellent behind the stumps. Take nothing away from him.
Yeah, just that one opportunity. But there was a half of an opportunity early in the power play that just went a little bit out of his reach to his right-hand side. But you're right, he's been good behind the sticks today.
He looks as though he's gotten himself a hamper. That spectator.
Ball on.
So 2 deep on the leg side for Dinesh Ramlin, deep mid-wicket. And squarish mid-wicket. Can't call it a regulation deep mid-wicket. Oh, and he's gone through Ramlin here, Akil Timothy, full and straight. Ramlin looking to go the aerial route, and he has to go. Stumps all over the place. Ramlin gone for 33. Knight Riders now 206 for 4.
Yeah, looking to play one of those ugly shots at the end of the innings. Dinesh Ramlin all across the line, looking to play to that leg side, probably in the vicinity of the pavilion. And playing all around the ball. And finding his furniture disturbed.
Yeah, good from Timothy. Let's pull back the length slightly. And beaten Ramlin all ends up. Marlon Richards is the new batter here for Notorious Knight Riders. 206 for 4. Healthy run rate still. They've maintained this throughout the innings. The Notorious Knight Riders, that run rate above 10. At the moment it's 11.8. Oh, well, what the Notorious Knight Riders would be wanting here is a powerful finish.
I tell you, the man at the crease can deliver exactly that. We've grown over the years to know Marlon Richards as a bowler primarily. But as his career's gone along and as he's evolved as a player, as a cricketer, his batting has come along quite nicely, has Marlon Richards. I saw Marlon Richards, I mentioned the T10 earlier in the broadcast. I saw him a couple of T10 tournaments just take bowling attacks apart.
It's not going to take anything apart there. Good from Timothy. Yeah, but definitely. And what the Biche team would want here now is that they could sort of peg things back in this latter stage of the innings here. A couple of wickets could boost their chances of direct hit. Good fielding. Good cricket all around. Just boost their chances of limiting the Knight Riders to something below the 240 mark or the 235. Richards safely home.
And that old saying of add 2 wickets to any score and the complexion of the game can change. In the instance of Biche here, 2 wickets will definitely put a hamper on and just plug a hole coming down to the end of the innings.
So Ricardo Adams there giving himself a bit of room. Good from Timothy. He's followed the batter. Resulted in a single. Excellent over so far. No boundaries conceded. Needs to finish this over off here. One legal delivery to come. Big hit from Adams. And he's held out in the deep. A good fine catch out at long on. And Timothy's picked a second one in the over. He gets rid of the dangerous Adams. Didn't get all of it. And that fielder out at long on took a smart catch. Sidel Diaz it was. And so that's the end there of Ricardo Adams for 25. And Riders now 207 for 5.
And we were just speaking about that, where we talked about adding 2 wickets to any score is going to change the complexion of the innings, the complexion of the game. And in the instance of the Biche Sports Club, change the target that they probably would have had to chase down now that they've slowed the scoring rate in the back end here. So that 240, 250 that we were talking about earlier seems a bit out of reach just for the moment. Of course, there is still Marlon Richards at the crease. Still 12 deliveries to go, 12 legal deliveries to go. And the new batter, Anil Khan.
So Devendra Krishna is going to bowl the penultimate over of this batting innings here for Biche Sports. Marlon Richards is on strike. Deep fielders. Long off. Long on. So there's a wideish long off, there's a regulation long on, and a wide long on. There's also a deep backward square. Inside the circle, there's a short third man, backward point, cover. And in fact, they've sent back now the deep extra cover. So a ring of fielders on the boundary's edge. Deep extra cover, wide long off, long on, and wide long on. Devendra Krishna to Marlon Richards. Oh, whoa. Where did that come from? A ripper there from Krishna. Pitched on leg stump and spun across off stump. Look at it. Oh, excellent delivery. How are you playing that? It's too good for everyone.
I tell you, world-class batters will be flummoxed by a delivery like that.
Yes, Krishna again bringing all of experience into play. A quick single. And in the end, they're able to get the single. But there you go again, Basu. Krishna is bowling slow through the air, and you're seeing that the ball is gripping in the matting. So that just goes to show that the slow balls it's a real effective delivery on this type of surface.
I'll tell you something, someone of the likes of Dinesh Ramdin would have noticed that even while he was batting or even from the sidelines. And it's going to probably be part of their talk. In the midst of all of that, a very close shave at the non-strikers end just a moment ago. Marlon Richards with a direct hit may have been out. But definitely I tend to agree with you, because we've been mentioning that throughout the broadcast. It just seems to do different things on the matting. The unpredictable nature of a matting surface as opposed to the bare pitch.
Yeah, I think that's the key word there, the unpredictable nature. You never know what the ball is going to do from a particular length.
Yeah, I think if I throw my mind back to playing on the matting, I remember we would have played on some mattings where the ball didn't really get up above your shin height.
Yeah.
And then there are others like this one where you're seeing the ball. There was one that jumped at Adams earlier in the innings from Alvin Soni. And then this one that would have ripped across Marlon Richards from leg to off.
And again, he's beaten Richards. So this is an excellent over so far from Devendra Krishna.
And if you look at this delivery, Kadir, you'll see where the wicketkeeper took this delivery. The ball spun again.
Yeah, it did. This time, on the off stump line, spinning across. And there he is again. Oh, and he's just messed up what would have been an excellent over. He's overstepped again, Devendra Krishna. So it's a no ball.
And he's looking, he's peering at the crease in bemusement and almost to say, did I do that? So the final delivery in the over is going to be a free hit. Would this be the ball that gives Marlon Richards the momentum he needs?
This time he's picking up this one, Richards. High into the air. And all the way for 6. Another one has gone out the park.
Yeah, just undoing all 5 previous deliveries. And as I mentioned, that's the type of delivery that you give a player like Marlon Richards, and it just seems to open up his confidence. Getting one just in the arc and depositing it well over mid-wicket for 6 runs. 220 now on the board for 5, and into the final over there we go. So 6 deliveries to go in this innings, the batting innings of the Notorious Knight Riders. How many more can they get? Anil Khan, Marlon Richards, can they get? I mentioned 230, 240. Kadir said 250. Can they probably get 10 in this over and cross the 230 mark?
Slight correction, boss. I said they'd be looking to get to 250.
You're backing down now.
From where they were.
No, but I think if we look at the innings in its entirety, anything under 250, I think is a win of sorts for Biche, because there was one point where we thought that they would get 260. 257 was the projected score at one point.
So it's Alvin Sonny with the last over here. Leg by taken. So a good start from Sonny again, going to the slower delivery. But yeah, the Biche Sports Club, they could be pleased with the last 2 overs. The one from Timothy and this one from Krishna. Albeit that Krishna conceded a 6 of the final delivery. It still ended up being a good over. He just conceded 8 from it. Timothy's over conceded just 5. So those 2 overs, just 13 conceded. Slightly pulled things back.
And the customary chalk being used to mark the guard by Marlon Richards. For those who've played on matting, you know that that's how you mark your guard. Can't exactly use the bail. You can't use your spikes either.
Again, another slow delivery again. Richards is not catching up to this one. He wants 2. And he's going to get it safely in the end.
Yeah, good running there. He set off, and when he set off, he knew that it was going to be 2 immediately. Just look at how hard he started running, did Marlon Richards. And Anil Khan backed him up well to get back for 2.
This one is high and taken. Again, it's taken in the deep. Aaron Ali taking up this catch. And so Richards has to go. Sonny again, another slow delivery. And it's paid off. It's picked up a crucial wicket here. Knight Riders now 2-2 for 6.
Yeah, and the momentum just starting to shift here. You would know, Kadir, that the back end of an innings, a first innings, can tell a lot. Because a fielding side who hasn't done so well in the field can just arrest the momentum of the batting side in the back end and take that momentum into their batting in the second innings. And I think that's what the Biche Sports Club will be looking to do here. Just peg it all the way back in this final over. As Medina comes to the middle. 6 wickets now down, double Nelson on the board.
Yep, Andrew Medina, new batter, member of the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, represents their cricket team. Andrew Medina, off-spin bowler, lower order batter. He'd fancy his chances here. He really considers himself a handy lower order batter. See what he does here. He has 3 deliveries to really affect the score here. What can he do?
Yeah, the Knight Riders will be hoping it's 3 sixes.
This time pace on from Alvin Sonny. So good smart bowling here, mixing up his pace nicely. There's Alvin Sonny. So these 3 overs, these last 3 overs has been good. Can Sonny finish off here? He's got 2 deliveries to go.
This time using the slower delivery to good effect, just drifting a little bit too wide on that occasion was Alvin Sonny.
And so Ravi Khan has to go run out. Another slow delivery. Medina beat all ends up, and good wicket keeping from Lobin. He just had to hit the stumps, that he did, and he found Khan short of his ground. So Khan goes for 1. Knight Riders now 2 for 7.
Yeah, so double Nelson doing a trick here. Of course, you can understand why, though. Second to last delivery over the innings, and just really looking to get every possible run that is on offer. So when the 6th wicket fell, 3 deliveries to go, I said that they would be hoping, the Knight Riders, that it's 3 sixes. In fact, it's a dot wide and then a run out.
So the new batter looks to be Sanjeev Guljar.
Cracked away backward of point, and an easy bit of fielding and an easy couple of runs to end the innings.
So 2 to finish off the innings. At the end of 20, the Knight Riders end up at 225 for 7. There you see there the match summary. Patia top scoring with 64. Seapol with 49. Sonny picking up 2 wickets for 43 for the Biche Sports Club. But they're going to have to get to 226 for victory. Basso, your thoughts on this run chase, or how they should go about this?
Of course, they're going to be looking to players of the likes of Sidel Diaz, the big hitting Sidel Diaz, who we expect will bat somewhere at the top of the order. And as we've been mentioning over and over throughout the innings, they have to back themselves. They are the 40 overs, albeit a different format, 40 overs champions. So we know that they can set a target and chase down a target, can the Biche Sports Club, having gone through that entire Southeast Zone tournament to take the championship. But they definitely will have to mimic a bit of what the Knight Riders did in terms of stringing partnerships together, and 1 or 2 players will have to get going, like a Patia, and score at in excess of probably a strike rate of 170, 180 to really stand a chance. On the other side of the coin, the Knight Riders will know that once they field a lot better than Biche did, they should win this match, because I think Biche will look back and think possibly about 30 runs too much left out on the field through some poor fielding.
Yeah, well, the Biche Sports Club could take some heart from the final 3 overs. They were good. They've got the momentum on their side, and we'll have the run chase on the other side.
So welcome back to the Biche recreational ground here in this lovely southeastern community of Biche. It's a few kilometers north of Miaro, 3 kilometers south of Sandy Grande, and we're on the way with the run chase. And the first delivery of dot ball, the second one, an outside edge, just going outside the reach of the man Dinesh Ramden behind the sticks. And definitely going the wrong way initially, Ramden, to a ball coming into the batter, Sanka, the bowler. And the hands on head tell you a chance going a begging. This one just continuing outside that off stump is Sanka, Barsati, and Alvarez, the opening batters for the Biche Sports Club. Of course, they are in the Southeast Zone finals as well. This one carved away on the offside, through the gap backward of point, and a wonderful bit of fielding down at the third man boundary, saving 2 runs there. Of course, remember they are chasing 226 for victory. 6 runs already on the board. This one over the inner ring, and no question about that one, is going to run away to the boundary. So a couple of boundaries to start the innings here. So the end of the first over, Biche Sports Club making a good start here of sorts. 10 runs are coming from the first over. Of course, this is the Seenath Auto Biche Community T20 competition. This is a semi-final number 2 between the Biche Sports Club and the Notorious and Night Riders. So the second over to be bowled by Patia has already affected the game with his score of 65 in a quick time, 64 in fact, in a quick time. Can he, as our friend Ruskin Mark would say, pick a pepper here? You'd have a shoe in already for player of the match. If he picks a pepper, he definitely will be a player of the match. Starts with a dot.
Finals on May 17th, 6:30 p.m. right here at the Beach Recreation Ground.
As you can hear through the effects microphone, the host announcer just reminding this near capacity crowd, May 17th, the finals right here, 6:30 p.m. That's this coming Friday. And I tell you, if it's any evidence of years gone by, on Friday there will be a standing room only here at the Biche Recreational Facility. Here's one carved through the gap and another boundary. And Biche are making a fight over this one. And I think at this point I might be able to just sit back and relax. The house announcer here doing the needful and giving a full commentary to the hundreds of spectators out here at the recreational ground. This one pulled, but there is a cover and it will just be one. There is a deep square leg in place. That man Anil Khan out there. Barsati then will get his opportunity as our friend Duckman entertains some of the faithful here at the Biche Recreational Ground. Bowled, neck and crook, off stump plucked out of the ground. So Patia, after scoring 64, now affects the game with the ball in hand. As Ruskin Mark would say, picking the first pepper here. So Barsati, after getting to 10 in a quick time, now has to go back to the pavilion. So Roshan Lobin comes to the middle. Score now 15 for 1. And he's there on account of He's there on account of this beautiful delivery from Patia. And creating that first breakthrough. So just the 5 runs from the over and that all-important wicket. So Marlon Richards there just offering the advice and guidance to Amit Sanka, who is going to continue into his second over and the third over of the innings.
To continue. We're beginning the third over. It's Hakim Alvarez on strike.
Shy at the stumps, can't prevent the single though.
Through for a quick single.
So quite the tidy start here after 10 runs coming off the first over, just 5 in the second over and the fall of the wicket. You can see here Marlon Richards with all that experience. Of course, Marlon Richards, a man who made his first-class debut for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all the way back in 2012 and has been around cricket and national cricket for quite the time, lending his advice to Sanka. This one punched through the offside. It'll just be one. This one is carved even better through the point region and into the boundary. So even with the fall of the wicket, the runs continue to flow here for the Biche Sports Club.
Yeah, Roshan Low been throwing his hands outside the off stump. Widest delivery there from Sanka. And if he's going to bowl that line, he's got to send the point back. At the moment, the 2 deep fielders. Fine leg and third man.
Admonishes himself on this occasion, does Lobin. Feels like he's missed out there. Possibly he did. Of course, we're inside the power play. And there's no one out on the boundary on the offside. So once he pierces the inner ringer on the offside as he did before, he's going to get runs. This time he's carved it behind point.
So 21 for 1. Amit Sanka with a final delivery of this over. Wide delivery. He's going to have to reload that one. Wiped away from Alvarez. Protection there, just a single. Jadu doing the fielding out in the deep. So at the end of 3 overs, Biche Sports Club in pursuit of 226 for victory, 23 for 1. So Chris Patia again from the northern end. Slip in place, Sanjeev Gulja is there. Backward point. Cover point, extra cover, mid off, long on. Ah, good delivery from Patia, beaten everyone. Umpire's signal is buys, leg buys. Is it? Too wide from Patia. Called rightly so by the umpire. Semi-final action number 2 here in progress. Beach Sports Club up against Notorious Night Riders. Second half of the innings. Slow, very slow from Patia. Mixing up his pace nicely here. Chris Patia has already had 64 with bat in hand.
Yeah, he's already picked up 1 wicket as well.
There's Lobin hitting this one in the air. It's going to land safely. And coming around there was Rambaran. Kept it down to just a single. Excellent fielder, Shacharan Rambaran.
Yeah, coming around, picking up. And in the motion of the momentum, just swinging around and hauling the ball back in to Dinesh Ramdan. I didn't mention that Patia should Biche go on to win this one. Should be a given player of the match. That one again, you see a bit of turn on offer here off the matting.
But again, you could see Patia. He's made a conservative attempt to bowl slower, but this one is just deposited behind square from Alvarez. Pick up shot really, and gets a maximum here.
Yeah, I think Alvarez has got the measure of him and the measure of his pace, albeit that he's over pitched on that occasion as well as Patia, just putting it in the arc, and Alvarez depositing him behind square on the leg side.
Patia making a conservative attempt here to bowl slower, and we saw to the back end of the innings those slow deliveries really were effective. Yeah, he's slower again, Patia, but this time Alvarez is swiveling around this time, beating the short fine leg and the deep backward square, and picks up a second boundary in the over.
Yeah, he was too full the previous occasion. This time just a tad shorter, but allowed him enough time just to rock back and swivel, pull it behind square, pick up another boundary to end the over. At the end of the 4th over, 36 for 1. So although they've lost Kadir that first wicket, they are still scoring at 9 runs to the over.
Yeah, the score really dictates the way that the Beach Sports Club have to attempt this innings. Started the run chase with the rate at 12. At the moment, it's Beach Sports Club going at 9 to the over. And we're going to see a bowling change here. Looks to be Ricardo Adams to come in from this northern end. Ricardo Adams, a left-arm orthodox bowler. Also, a family member is Anthony Adams, a relation to Ricardo. Anthony Adams represented Guyana. So here's Ricardo Adams. A wide delivery. And they're going to come through for the single.
With a butt down for 1, it's a wide signal. 4 pushes on to 6 feet. Give it a 5th over.
So the deep fielders for the left-handed Alvarez Here's a man out at the backward square. And so the two fielders on the leg side. Long on, deep backward square. And it's more of a cow corner on the boundary. Over the wicket, Adams, and it's a no ball. Not for the first time we've seen a spinner overstep the front crease. And so a free hit here now. Decent start here from Biche. We've not yet bowled a legal delivery. Adams are wide and now a no ball. Here's a free hit coming up. This one is swung away. This was a big hit. A humongous hit from Akeem Alvarez. Deposited onto the pavilion side. And that certainly waked up the crowd here.
So much, Kadir, for that cash prize for a one-handed take by a crowd member. I think that was hit with tremendous conviction. It's definitely worth another look.
Yeah, quick hands coming through there from Alvarez.
Yeah, just almost whipping it in the motion.
He's known for this type of stuff. This time he's out. Hitting this one in the air and caught at extra cover. Fine catch taken. And Alvarez has to go for 23. Biche now at 45 for 2. Huge moment in the game here. Alvarez looking to go through the offside. And it looks like C. Paul, who took the catch, just confirmed that. So dejected Alvarez has to go back.
Yeah, so even though they're going, Kadir, at 11 runs to the over, they're losing wickets. And this is always the challenge when you're going after a score as big as 220 plus. You almost have to go from ball one. And in going so hard at the start, they've lost the 2 wickets still inside their power play. But what the second wicket has done, it's bring this gentleman to the middle.
Yeah, Sidel Diaz known for his big hitting stuff, but I think it's about smart cricket from here. You don't want to lose too much in the power play. Still a over and 4 deliveries to go. That's 10 legal deliveries. Don't want to lose another wicket here. When you're attempting to chase a score of this magnitude, you've got to keep wickets in the back end of the innings. Diaz, let's see how he plays this situation. A right-hander. More fans continue to pack in here at the Biche Recreation Ground. This is the Biche Sports Foundation in collaboration with Seenath Auto Parts, Biche T20. Police already in Friday's final. Not too long from now, we're going to determine the second finalist. Quicker from Adams. Pinching a quick single there was Diaz. Lobin, the wicketkeeper batter for the Biche Sports Club. 6 from 7. Another no ball, and this one has gone a long way. I think it's coming our direction. It's gone all the way onto the other side. And it's a no ball as well. Not going the way of Adams at the moment. That was a huge hit there from Lobin. Brings up the 50 as well for Biche. 52 for 2. Fans out here enjoying this action. Second no ball in the over for Ricardo Adams. Not sure if he's just slipping at the point of delivery. Remember, it's a Martin. So a free hit here to Lobin. Pulling this one, Lobin, flat batting really, and resulted in just a single. Expensive over so far from Adams. He's picked up a wicket, but he's gone for 17.
With 54 runs in, we're into the fifth over.
Two deep fielders on the leg side. Long one deep mid wicket. Oh, and whipped away from the yards. This is going to bounce away for 4.
Yeah, that was asking for trouble, straying down the leg side, just on the hips of that fielder, of Diaz, in fact, and just helping it really around the corner, giving that fielder no chance. Of course, the drone out in full effect here tonight. And this one he compensates, going wide of the off stump, and Lobin in fact just carves it through backward point. In fact, it's Sidel Diaz carving that one through backward point, and will bring an end to the over. At the end at the end of the 5th over, already 60 on the board, so going at an excess of 12 runs to the over, which is exactly what they need to do. Biche Sports Club, remember, they're chasing 226 for victory. An asking rate of just over 11 at the start. Of course, their concern, the Biche Sports Club, will be that they've lost 2 wickets so far.
At the end of 5, Marlon Richards, new bowler. Lobin to take strike. It's 18 from 9.
So Marlon Richards, as mentioned prior, making first class debut all the way back in 2012, and especially in the shorter formats, he never really bowls the same delivery twice. This one he starts with a good old-fashioned pace on, and it's too wide on this occasion for the liking of umpire Singh. Starts the over with a wide, but Richards won't mind that.
Yeah, Marlon Richards, he'd want to be outside the off stump, doesn't want to get in the hitting arc for the likes of Lobin.
This one, he's pulled his length back, and it's pulled, and would you believe it, straight into the hands of the fielder, and he's dropped what would be a sitter by every account.
Tevon Jadu, it is out at deep mid wicket. It seemed to be a regulation catch, usually a safe pair of hands, Tevon Jadu. Had it And at the last moment, just rolled away and to rub salt into the wound. It went away for 4. So not good on the part of Jadu.
Yeah, so this one in the air. Someone's coming around underneath it. Someone has it. And it's a shelter once again.
It's all happening here. Jadu, the previous delivery. This time, it may be Sanjeev Guljar. We have another look at it here. Lobin again looking to go the aerial route. Made height, went nowhere. And was it Guljar? But it's still able to cross for the single.
Yeah, so 2 deliveries and 2 chances created by Marlon Richards. This one is aerial again and just out of the reach of that man running around from a wider mid-off and rubbing salt into the wounds. 2 drop catches and 2 boundaries conceded.
Excellent shot that time there from Diaz. Just a hint of width, but just extending the arms. Nicely over that mid-off fielder. Medina it was. And another boundary in the over.
Yeah, so Marlon Richards, as expected, creating and making things happen here. This one cut away, carved away, but straight to the short third fielder. Marlon Richards creating and wreaking some havoc here, but his fielders haven't backed him up. And we spoke about that, Kid, going into the mid-innings break. The fact that Biche probably left about 30 runs out there with their poor fielding. Now, the Knight Riders are doing a similar feat.
Yeah, as I've said before, I'm not making excuses for anyone. Carved away again from Diaz. Power, 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So again, Diaz, known for this sort of stuff. There you go, flat. And 1 bounce away for 4.
Yeah, and I did mention that much of their run chase is going to rest on the shoulders of big hitters like Acidel Diaz, who would need to mimic that innings or better the innings of one Patia.
Yeah. Biche supporters there up and out of their seats. Yeah, you could see Ryan Bash in the black hat, black shorts. That's a hard-working guy who's the main part of this success story here, the Biche T20, in collaboration with Seenath Auto Parts. Biche supporters there with their flags, young ones, old ones, always around here supporting their team.
I tell you, it usually is a standing room only for the finals, and if the Biche Sports Club gets into the finals, I tell you, we might have to park all the way back in Sandy Grande and walk. There'll be so many people out here on Friday for that finals.
Yeah.
Of course, again, thank you to Seenath Soto.
To Richards, final delivery of the over. Diaz this time smartly guiding this one down to short third man, getting a single and pinch and strike for the next over. So 15 coming from the Richards over. At the end of 6, it's 77 for 2.
Yeah, so comparatively, they're up there with what the Knight Riders did in their power play. Not too far off. Of course, they've lost to 1 more wicket than the Knight Riders did in their power play. So this is where the innings will get interesting. And now that the field can be spread,
Yeah, Sanjeev Guljar is the new bowler, leg break bowler.
yeah, the Knight Riders with 75. In
Without
fact,
loss.
they were in fact without loss. Yeah, they didn't lose that first wicket until later in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, that opening pair of Sipol and Patia. So Diaz and Lobin attempting to do something similar here. Both batters on 18. Guljar with the deep fielders, deep point, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket.
You'll feel a little hard pressed with Marlon Richards. They always say add 2 wickets to any score, and he could have easily had the 2 or 3 wickets in his over. I tell you, Kadir, if they had held on to their catches in that Marlon Richards over, the scorecard might have been reading 70 for 5 rather than 77 for 2 at the end of the power play, and that probably would have broken the back of the run chase.
I think when you're chasing a score of this magnitude, you gotta have some luck on your side. There's a snow cones, Basso.
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave you and mosey on down there. Look like some interesting flavors.
This time, wide delivery.
Well wide, well wide.
Guljar
Off the wicket, right?
looked to be slow through the air. Good so far from Sanjeev Guljar. Another one of those players who are teammates with Diaz at Woodland Sports. Sanjeev Guljar.
Yeah, so will familiarity breed contempt, or will it breed reward and success by way of a breakthrough?
Sidel Diaz 19 from just 8 deliveries. Oh, this is a huge hit. This is massive from Diaz. It's landed on the roof of the building on the opposite side, Basso.
Well, if you look at our cameraman, he could not follow the ball because it went directly over his head.
Diaz
Take a look at it. You said 19, make it 25. No, 25 no.
There's some cars parked in that direction. I can tell you there's the roadway and there's where that ball went. Behind the yellow buildings, those houses on the opposite side, on the bank there. Excellent work from our cameraman. Hard working pair.
That is an almighty hit, if ever there was one.
And again, no chance whatsoever for the spectators to take any catch. Wide now here. So Diaz here on the march, 25 from 9, partnership of 42 from just 15 deliveries.
And what you're recognizing with Diaz here is that, yes, he's looking for those big shots, and he is playing those big shots, but when the ball is not there in his arc, he's turning over the strike. So he's not allowing any dot balls to build up.
Exactly what you want when you're chasing this score. You want to keep turning over the strike. In this case, both right-handers. Oh, good delivery from Guljar. Good comeback. Slower and a ripping pass. Lobin. Good one to finish the over. At the end of 7, it's 88 for 2. So bowling change here for the Notorious Night Riders. Tevon Jadu, new bowler replacing Marlon Richards. Jadu left arm orthodox. Skiddy type bowler, wicket to wicket, very deceptive. This could be a real key matchup here. Bowling against Diaz, who would want to take him on. Back himself here to clear the boundary. Sidel Diaz, deep fielders after this delivery.
Oh,
And there you see again. Bit of spin from Jadu.
spinny ball.
There you go. Ramden saying to Jadu, spin the ball. Diaz whipping this one over the head of Medina at long on. And another 6 off the bat of Sidel Diaz. Really turning it on here now.
Kadir, I was just about to tell you that I heard one of the Biche supporters say that this is the over. They're going over 100 runs by the end of this over. Sidel Diaz is obliging.
Yeah, that's not the line you want to be bowling to Diaz. It's a relatively free hit.
Yeah, but good strong wrist, if anything at all. Just a whipping, if you will. And to get the ball over for 6 from that angle and with that shot, that's some hitting.
I think it's down to the firm base and the still head that Diaz showed on that occasion. Again, slow from Jadu, and this one is deposited over mid-wicket. Back-to-back 6s here. It's brought up the 100 for Biche.
Well, I told you he's obliging. I think he heard the gentleman to our left say that this is the over. 100 runs inside of 8 overs. And a 50-run partnership with that 6 between Diaz and Lobin.
At the moment, they're way ahead of where the Night Riders were. The Night Riders were 83 for 1 at this similar stage.
If they continue at this rate and Sidel Diaz continues for much longer, they may win this one with about 5 overs to spare.
Tell you what, there's a long way to go in this one. Still 126 to get in 75 deliveries. At the moment, the current run rate is 13. The required run rate is just about 10. Looking to sweep here. Not what is the call. Looking for the single. Diaz is... Oh, Diaz was down the river. Had to be a clean pickup. And that's another opportunity gone a begging. Patty it looks to be.
It looked to be struck outside the line of the ball, and you can hear Ramden admonishing his fielders. Just pick up the ball. Bellowed by Ramden. All's well that ends well for Sidel Diaz.
Oh, jeez.
Coming off the inside edge now. Runs in the dark here for Diaz. It's running very close to the boundary. And it's held up just inside. One of the young spectators just running out onto the park. Can't do that, youngster. In the end, they're able to cross for 3 runs.
So to end the 8th over, score is at 103 for the loss.
8 overs gone, 103 for 2.
I thought for a moment that we were looking, we might be looking here at Travis Head and the Sunrisers Hyderabad.
Well, there's some Biche. There are Biche supporters everywhere, but just to the front of our commentary booth, there are some avid supporters, and with every maximum, every run scored, they're just looking back at us with giving us a wry smile. As I told you, we're not out of it.
Yeah, that's a gentleman that said at the beginning of the 8th over that this is the over. The one to our left. It's going to be Gobin. It looks like to pick up the attack. Use of the towel here. Possibly just a bit of dew starting to form on the outfield.
Yeah, dew is definitely a factor here. You almost see the shine, the lights, the reflection of the lights on the grass.
It's Gulja, in fact.
So Sanjay Pooja going to be continuing bowling the ninth over.
So Gulja
Serial
conceded
Diaz.
11 from his first over. Diaz 41 from 16.
This one
Pull away.
down
It's
the
going to
ground.
land short
One bounce to the fielder.
of a Seapole at long on.
Yeah, no timing on the shot this occasion.
Score pushes up
Just
to
seemed to
100.
cloughed it a little bit through the shot. Or rushed in the shot, in fact.
Roshan Lobin coming on strike.
Lobin has got to play his part in the partnership here. He's got to get Diaz back on strike. If he's not hitting a boundary, he's got to do just that. Oh, it's a direct hit from Jadu. And oh my. Not out, says the umpire. This is mightily close. Quick pick up and throw in one motion.
I thought for,
Bullseye. And from the angle, we're not able to see. We can't, not enough conclusive evidence to suggest that Diaz was short, but certainly excellent fielding from Jadu. And they got through for the single in the end.
yeah, difficult for us to tell from the angles we have at our disposal. But of course, the umpire in the best position. Diaz lives to fight another day.
Difficult, very difficult job the umpires here. Chancy stuff. Chancy stuff. Diaz back on strike though. That's a good result for Biche. Tossed up. Ah, and they're appealing for the stump this time, and I think he's gone. Diaz has to go stump. Quick hands from Ramden, and Gulja having the final say here. Diaz gone for 42. Biche now 105 for 3.
Yeah, when he came out to bat, we said his accolades speak for themselves. And those quick hands, we spoke about form being temporary and class being permanent. The quick hands of Dinesh Ramding, the undoing of Sidel Diaz, all class behind the sticks, as always, Dinesh Ramdin. And Sidel Diaz, 42 from just 18 deliveries. He's played his part. And we were talking about those innings, the Patia innings, even the Ramden innings for the Knight Riders. Sidel Diaz has matched at least one of those innings.
Yeah, I think though, while it lasted, it was good while it lasted, but he just needed to stay out there for a bit longer. This could be a real crucial breakthrough for the Knight Riders here. The duo of Gulja and Ramden, the undoing here of Sidel Diaz. Again, spinning across, sharp turn.
Yeah, just seemed to be beaten in flight as well, was Diaz. Playing with the angle of the ball rather than expecting the turn. So they do have batting quite the way down, do the Biche Sports Club. And with the exit of Diaz, Morales, OJ.
Oji Morales, the new batter. Yeah, I could imagine that all of Biche would have wanted Diaz to stay out there for a bit longer, but he's come and gone.
Having said that, they're still well ahead of the game comparatively. Still not at the halfway mark in their chase. Polite inquiry by Ramdin and Gulja.
Management and staff of the Notorious Knight Riders.
Yeah, so Gulja, just the 2 runs and the wicket in the over 2 to come.
Swiping this one, Morales gonna land short of deep mid wicket fielder. And so Morales is gonna get off the mark. In the air for a while, it's flat. And a good fielding, good anticipation. Brings Lubin back on strike. This is where Lubin now so critical for him.
So good over here from Gulja. Just the 3 runs and the all-important wicket of Sidel Diaz. And you would have to see, after 9 overs, 106 on the board, game on.
Yeah, certainly have 120 to get from 66 deliveries. My riders would feel as though they're back in with that wicket. Biche Sports, though, they would believe Roshan Lubin, OJ Morales, all those supporters there right behind their team, so passionate about the cricket. Never a pass, there is always conversations about cricket.
Yeah, I can tell you, from the youngest to the oldest in the community. We came in here today, Kadir, and while we were setting up, there were a couple of young chaps. There was one in particular, little boy. He looked no more than probably 6 or 7 years old, and he was playing some delightful looking strokes. Of course, the bowling wasn't all that to talk about, but still, looked to have good technique, good batting stance, solid base.
Yeah, this is what this community is all about. Patia back into the attack and immediately ripping one past the edge of Morales. Patia 2 overs, none, 1 for 17 so far.
I like that spin, I like that spin.
Yeah, I like it too. Okay, hear the voice of Dinesh Ramdin in the effects microphone. I like that spin, I like it too.
Delightful from Patia. Again in a tangle there, Morales. Definitely got some bat there, Morales. Straighter from Patia.
Yeah, it seemed to have 2 noises there.
Big hit from Morales. High into the air. Someone is getting under it and he shells it. Another one goes down. Looks as though it's Khan. Went very high into the night sky. And another one goes down nonetheless. They went so high they were able to cross for 2. Just on the way down. He was almost on the ground when the ball landed in his lap, but not able to hold on.
Probably just not picking up the trajectory, but it went that high. Probably was swirling around in the air as well.
Another direct hit. Not alert enough to get the second there. Lubin, he ran past the stumps.
So it's all happening here. You can tell and you can feel the excitement in this one.
Keep going, Pats, keep going,
So
Pats.
117 to get from 62. Approaching the halfway stage in this innings. Slow again. Cut away. No run. Good again from Patia. Just 3 coming in the over so far.
Down now. coming.
Yeah, we've had everything in this initial 10 overs of the run chase. We have had misfields, we've had drop catches, we've had wickets, we've had big hits.
Another stumping, and Lobin has to go. So again, Ramden with the quick hands. This time through Lobin. Ramden had to go leg side. He did it well. And they combined again to get rid of Lobin for 20.
Oh,
Biche
yeah.
now 109 for 4. Patty again, the man. And
We spoke about it, class being a permanent. The man Dinesh Ramden on the stroke of the drinks break, taking another stumping in this one at the drinks break. 109 for 4, so 117, I beg your pardon, still needed in the final 10 overs. And while the umpires and the players make themselves available for some drinks, so we will do the same.
So welcome back to live action here from the Beach Recreation Ground. Semi-final action number 2 in this Biche T20. Beach Sports Club, the home team, up against Notorious Night Riders. Night Riders posted 225 when they batted. Biche in response at the halfway mark, 109 for 4, having just lost the wicket of Roshan Lobin. Back-to-back wickets for the Notorious Night Riders. Meanwhile, the new batter is the captain, Sutton. Really do need a captain's hand here. Needs to come to the party. Skipper want to get into Friday's final. Police already waiting the winner of this game.
Sutton. Is that enough strikers then?
Morales,
Jose Morales.
I can move at you.
Coming in.
At the moment, there's a very interesting spectator, none other than Duckman. Slow again from Guljar. And again, Morales is through the shot.
Scott is currently at 109 for the loss of 4 wickets.
There he is. Duckman has his headgear. He's almost as though he wants to go in next. Doesn't have the right outfit though. This time a slight misfield. And they're gonna come through for the single. So gets a skipper now on strike. Duckman teasing and taunting the Biche supporters. Wants to get under their skin, I think. Is that safe to say, Basso? Nods his head in approval. I'm almost certain that you could hear him. Good from Guljar again. This spell here could prove to be very, very critical, Basso, in the way things end up. Guljar at the moment in his third over, 1 for 15.
Yeah, many of the other bowlers have gone around the park. Thanks in main part to Cyril Diaz. But Guljar here, I think he's read the script, or maybe he's listened back to a bit of the first innings commentary. He's, for the most part, done a lot of what your assessment was in the first innings. Just out of the reach of the first slip.
Edged and through the hands there of Patia at slip. I think it flew to him. Patia had slipped there.
One more, Bully, one more, Vanessa.
Oh, no chance for Patia. Reaction time had to be immaculate. Oh, some excellent balancing skills. Oh, just as I mentioned. I think he lost his beer. It's all happening here.
I think that's uncharacteristic of the man, Duckman.
I think it's
I've
because
never once seen him drop a beer.
there he goes again. He's attempting it.
I think it's the headgear.
Yeah, I think so.
It's the helmet. Blame the helmet.
Flying low at the moment. Duckman.
So at the end of the 11th over, Nelson on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. And I think this is where some acceleration took place for the Night Riders. They continued going at a rate of knots up until probably about the 17th, 18th over, where Biche were able to pull it back just a tad in the back end.
Switch of ends for Ricardo Adams. 1 over costing 26. One of the more expensive overs we've seen all evening.
Yeah, that was when as Sidel Diaz was going
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Come on, boy.
guns blazing, if you will. Morales down there.
He's going to be bowling to Hendon Sutton.
Not seen Andre Medina just yet. Off break bowler. It's the one over from Jadu.
Catch him. Hey, too far, boy.
Quick single. Safely home there, Morales. Field on that occasion there. Not able to come in quickly to prevent the single.
Yeah, you could hear Dinesh Ramden in the stumps mic that he was too far.
Adams here seems to prefer this side. Really struggled with a couple no balls from the opposite end. So he may prefer bowling on this end.
Go, brother.
See how he looks to operate if he's slower through the air. Looks as though that's the
Too full.
operation, but this one is swept away from Morales, meeting it on the full and sweeping it away behind square for 4.
Yeah, and you can hear Dinesh Ramden there just telling Patia that he was, Adams in fact, that he was too full on that occasion and paying the price. Of course, with the drift coming into the batter, just really helping it onto that leg side and picking that gap between square leg and a fine leg with some ease.
Required run rate 12.5 at the moment.
Yeah, still going at over 10 to the over. So if they can find a way not to lose any more wickets.
Ed Morales swinging this one away in the air. Acrobatic attempt. But again, another one goes down. Can't fault Rambaran on that occasion for the attempt. Made a lot of ground. Had to put in the dive at the last moment. Did so. And just bonks out of the hands. Excellent attempt. Excellent deep fielder. Sachuran Rambaran.
Go, Adams.
Yeah, putting in the dive at the last minute.
Oh! Good leg, Adam.
117. Red over number 12.
Again looking to cut. Goes straight through. Ramden uncharacteristic of him.
And getting an earful from Duckman.
So Morales here really needs to get a move on 10 from 11. More importantly, he's got to go deep. OJ Morales.
One.
Turned away. Not an easy single. To end the over at the end of 12. It's 119 for 4.
So 12 overs completed, 119 for 4 Biche Sports Club, pursuing a 227 for victory. 107 still needed, 226 in fact for victory. 107 still needed from the final 48 deliveries. Can Morales and Sutton find and stitch together a partnership as Marlon Richards continues one short and wide on the edge of the bat out to mid-wicket. So Marlon Richards, after conceding 16 in his first over, returns you can see him just employing the use of that rag. Good delivery here from Marlon Richards. I saw him stepping across to the offside and bowled it at him. Cramped him for room on that occasion. And that's a bit harsh, I would think. The batter did step across to that offside. In my estimation, he stepped across just before the bowler released the ball. But in the modern game, there you go, he stepped across long before the ball was delivered. This one is swung away leg side in the air, and again clearing the trees down to that southeastern end of the ground. And another maximum added to the total. So Sutton announcing himself here and letting the Knight Riders know that they're in for a fight. This one down on bended knee in the gap, but coming around from a wide long on, the fielder cleans up, protects a boundary, so just a single in the end.
So runs needed below 3-figure mark, 98. Swing and a miss from Morales. Every dot delivery is building pressure here. One delivery to come in this one here from Richards. Just a single to finish the over. At the end of 13, it's 129 for 4. Notorious Knight Riders 225 for 7, Patty at 64, Seapole 49. Couple of cameos in there, Ramden. Captain Kendon Sutton, Biche Morales. Batters at the crease for the Biche Sports Club. Who is it going to be in Friday's final? Chris Patia now brought back for his final over. Could he have a telling effect on this game? Crucial final over 3 overs, 2 for 20 to go along with 64. Certainly favorite to cop the man of the match award here. Morales and Sutton, though, they would beg to differ.
Yeah, you mentioned that final on Friday. Police already waiting in the wings under the leadership of one Nicholas Sukhdev Singh. Nice looking a shot, just whipping this one around the corner was Morales. Getting inside the line of the ball nicely and putting it fine enough, giving that fielder at backward square no opportunity to get around.
He's not happy with the effort, man. Maybe he wants to replace that fielder. Always a airful from him.
This one pulled. Has he picked the gap? No, he hasn't. Rambaran out there. And the throw going to the wrong end. But even with the throw going to the wrong end.
Oh, terrible mix-up here between Sutton and Morales. Sutton wanted the two. Look at it. Should have been two. Went into the deep. That fielder had to cover some ground. He did that. Morales was settled on one. Rambaran it was. Look at it. Throw went to the wrong end. But Sutton was too far down to get back in time and has to go. The captain run out for 9. Biche now 1-3-3 for 5.
Yes, Rambaran, the one doing the fielding on the square leg boundary. He was almost at a long leg position and had to run around probably about 10 to 15 meters to get to the ball. But when he got to the ball, he released it so quickly. I think he saw something running to the non-striker's end and he threw to that end. But the alertness of Patia, hearing the call from Ramden to come to the keeper's end, even with the throw going to the wrong end from Rambaran, Patia was alert to it and got it in to Ramden, who made no mistake.
Terrible, terrible mix-up there between the skipper and Morales. And so with all of that, the new batter is James Duncan.
Yeah, you will want to have a better effort with the bat than he had in the field. A couple of misfields by him today in the outfield. One even a drop catch of the man who's bowling to him.
Well ball, yes, bat. I got it.
No single that time. Pressure here.
Yeah, and after the undertakings of one Cyril Diaz about 6 overs ago, it now seems to be slipping away here for the Biche Sports Club.
One.
Floated up. And a low full tosser just deposited down to mid-wicket. Where do they go from here? Do the Biche Sports Club? Already half the team back in the pavilion.
Yeah, well, ideally, Morales would have to be the one to take it as deep as possible. Give himself every opportunity to sort of explode at the back end.
Spin it, Bella.
Duncan and company needs, and the remaining batters, they really need to come in and start striking from ball 1. Singles aren't hurting the Knight Riders at the moment.
And you can just feel the tension in the air. Of course, Duckman just adding to it. You can feel the faithful here at the Biche Recreational Ground. A little bit worried in the air. And it's going to run away past the man at the short third. And as we always say, the scoreboard is not going to say it peeled off the outside edge. What the scoreboard is going to say is 4 more runs added to the total. And that 4 runs at the end of the 14th, 139 for 5, Biche Sports Club.
140 for the loss of 5. special thank you to our sponsors, Seenath Auto Parts, Ashix Contractors, and on a one-stop shop.
So 87 needed from the final 6 overs. 36 legal deliveries.
The JB Sports and
Required run rate is 14 and a half.
spectators to
Someone needs to play a cameo here. Could it be Duncan? Capable striker is James Duncan. Sanjeev Guljar to bowl his final over.
after the game with an entry fee of $50 to come out and support lots of entertainment in stock for you on May 17th.
Yeah, so May 17th, Friday, May 17th, the big finals here at the Biche Recreational Ground.
Beautiful quicker delivery from Guljar to start the over.
Morales really needs to step it up here. Guljar 3.1 overs, 1 for 16. Miserly stuff here from very experienced leg spinner. This one is down the ground. This one has gone all the way from Morales. Tossed up and goes down for 6.
Yeah, much to the delight of the faithful here at the Biche Recreational Ground. Just over pitching was Guljar, and as clean as you like through the line of the ball and in the direction of those supporters down at that southeastern end of the ground. And I think it was actually caught by this gentleman.
A one-handed catch. Do we have a winner here? Certainly these guys are making their way across. Just not able to confirm. This one is flat batted. This one is going away for 4. So a 6 followed by a 4. Morales on the charge here.
And you mentioned it, Kadir, that this partnership, it has to be Morales who needs to get going. Morales has to be the one to put the pressure on and take the initiative. He's obliged, not just your comments, but the faithful here at the ground.
I wonder why the Duckman is following. Hey, Morales is swinging this one away. This one has gone away for 6 more.
And I think he's cleared the lighting tower this time.
So 6 for 6. 16 runs in 3 deliveries. Morales goes to 34 from 22. This one was short, sat up, asking to be hit. And did Morales hit?
And you
Did
can
Morales
see it there.
obliged?
It almost cleared the lighting tower.
So do we have a winner with the one-handed catch, Basso?
I think we do. I think that young gentleman, I think that's where the uproar came from. When I thought it was because of the 6 off the bat of Morales, it was because the young chap took a one-handed catch down in that vicinity. See Guljar there just using the rag.
71 needed from 32. Very much gettable here. Quicker delivery from Guljar. Ah, not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, definitely outside leg stump, I would think.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to get that decision. You have to be hitting dead-eye straight. You can see there, even in a at full speed, you can see that it pitched outside leg stump. Always difficult right arm over to a left-handed batter to get an LBW from this angle.
Wide delivery, and they're going to pinch the extra one here.
Yeah, so an expensive over here from a Guljar. 18 in the over. Still 1 legal delivery to go. Is this the over that creates the momentum that Biche needed to wrestle back in the match?
Certainly has put them in a good position. Morales needs to stay out there for a lot longer. needs to go as deep as possible. Duncan here needs to do his part in the partnership.
Yeah, just over 60 runs in the final 5 overs, more than gettable in the modern era and the modern dispensation of T20 cricket.
Duncan guiding this one away, no run. So a dot delivery to finish over number 16. At the end of it, 157 for 5. So 4 overs, in fact 5 overs to go. The final 5 of the innings. Marlon Richards, the bowler 16th. 2 overs costing him 25 so far. Morales on the charge. 34 from 23 deliveries. Has Richards in his sights, the deep fielders. Long off. Long on. Cow corner, deep mid-wicket. And there's also, not to forget Basso, there's also the power play over to come. So that too could prove to be very critical. This one, Morales is trying to swing it away. And in the end, had to use his boot to keep it away from getting onto the stumps. Good result for Notorious Knight Riders. A similar stage, the Knight Riders were 176 for 3.
Yeah, they've drifted behind the game just ever so slightly at the comparative stage. Of course, remember, as you said, there's that power play over to come, but remember the last 3 overs.
Admonishing himself there, Ojo Morales. Felt as though he missed out.
This one is swung away and it's gone a mighty long way. Morales is on the charge and he's letting the Knight Riders know that this one is not over by a long shot.
Yeah, Morales was 10 from 11. His last 9 deliveries, he scored 23. So he's certainly up the strike rate. Excellent so far from the left-hander. This one should be signaled wide, and it is. So pressure on Richards here.
Yeah, just trying to, he's trying to keep it out of his hitting arc, and in so doing, he's erring into bowling a wide. Look out for the slower delivery or the short one from him. There's that slower delivery. It's picked and picked up. It's in the air. 2 fielders after it. And in the end, neither of them called for it, and neither of them completing the catch.
Yeah, Patia and not sure the other fielder. They made a lot of height. Slow delivery again from Richards. So Morales able to get back on strike. 42 from 27, 60 needed from 26 deliveries. Again another slow delivery, and again Morales misses out. Good execution here from Richards. I think though Morales really thought that he missed out there.
I think he's overthinking probably a bit of his game, trying to overhit the ball.
Good mind games here from Richards. Not being predictable. This one is coming off the outside edge, but good work from Sanka. Single taken right at the end of the over. So at the end of 16 overs, it's 167 for 5.
So still 59 needed from the final 4 overs. Of course, this is the Seenath Autos Biche Community T20 competition, semi-final number 2 between the Night Riders and the Biche Sports Club. $226 the target, 167 for 5 the present score.
Yeah, who is it going to be in Friday's final? Remember, these two were finalists last year, Biche Sports Club and the Notorious Night Riders. So again, these two teams locking horns and proving to be very, very challenging for both teams. Meanwhile, Sanka comes back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 18.
Yeah, and at 167 for 5. Young Sanka will be hoping to just bowl an over, not conceding too many. I think an over with 10 or less is a win here, considering that Morales has copped some momentum into his batting.
Well executed Yorker, wide Yorker from Sanka. Every passing dot delivery, the required run rate is going up considerably. Now it's at 15 to the over. 59 needed from 23.
That's 2 to start with. 2 dot balls.
I think this is smart bowling. Even though Morales hit a couple of sixes, you can see him favoring the onside. So keeping it outside the off stump is maybe a weakness of his. Look at it again. Another dot delivery. Once you don't get too straight to him, it's a sort of a win-win situation. At the moment, everything is looking to go on the onside.
Yeah, and he's tending to back away as well.
This time he's under pressure, so he's looking to play an audacious scoop. Came out of nowhere. This is what pressure does. 4 dot deliveries.
Yeah, and if you look at the first couple of deliveries in the over, he was looking to back away to play to that leg side. And this time he got inside the line of the ball again, looking to play to the leg side. Maybe getting in line with the ball and playing to the offside might be a better option for him.
Yeah, he's got to keep his options open. Morales needs to strike a couple of boundaries here just to take the pressure slightly off. This time he can't beat Sanka, so 5 dot deliveries. Can we see a maiden at this stage of the innings?
Well, we did see 2 maidens, one each innings of the semi-final on Friday.
And he's just going to pinch a single.
No, he's not.
In fact, Duncan has turned it down. Duncan doesn't want the single. So we have definitely seen a maiden over here. 17th one of the innings, Basso, under pressure, and Sanka delivers a maiden. Gold dust at this stage.
Yeah, definitely worth its weight in gold. And the young Sanka showing his ways in and around some of the elder statesmen of cricket in the country, like Dinesh Ramdin, Marlon Richards. And the young Sanka showing that he can stand tall. But I'm wondering about the decision to turn down that single at the end of the over, given that Morales was the one going guns blazing, or is the one going guns blazing. Duncan, just 5 from the 4 deliveries he's faced. He's still in the embryonic stage of his innings, and he's turned down a single that would have brought the man who's in form and on the go on strike. Will that maiden over and the turning down of that single come back to bite them?
Time will tell.
What it's done, it's meant that 59 are still needed from 3 overs. Make that 7 dot balls. In fact, that's 2 wide, and the umpire calls a wide. Of course, the umpire is in the better position than we are.
This one in the air from Duncan. Fielder is getting under it and takes the catch. Safely poached by Patia. And so Duncan, after turning down the single, has to go for 5. Biche now laboring a bit here at 168 for 6.
Yeah, so it's coming back to bite them. That maiden over. All the pressure created the over before. And looking to go big when you should not have to. Duncan. And now the 6th wicket has gone down. And the man who's striking at over 120, just about 130 his strike rate, is stranded on the other end. A mere bystander.
Well, one youngster did well the previous over. Here's another youngster who's coming out to the middle for B Sports Club, Alvin Sonny. Can this young man stand up under pressure here?
And you can see as Morales just rocked his head back and walked away, his disappointment all evident. This is a tall task for the 17-year-old Alvin Sonny.
Required rate at 20. So can't be any dot deliveries here from Sonny. He's got to go from ball 1. This is the immense pressure of this T20 format.
And I don't know how many times Sonny would have been in similar positions, or whether for his school, whether with the national team. But he's going to have to go from the onset, from ball 1, as you've said. And just out of the reach of Ramdin, who seemed to just read it off the bat. And he was moving when the shot was played. It was Ramdin.
And again, another slow delivery, Basso, and we've seen how effective this slow delivery has proved to be on this surface.
And that's something that Marlon Richards will give you. He will give you those change-ups, especially at the death of the innings.
Execution is critical at this stage. At the moment, Richards executing. He's gotten a wicket in this over already. Morales back on strike. 43 from 35. Can he take Biche over the line? This one, he's hitting this one in the air. It's not going all the way. Someone is getting under it and takes the catch. Patia once more. And they can't keep him out of the game, whether it be bat in hand, ball in hand, or or in the field. He's taken another catch. Morales goes for 43. Biche now 169 for 7.
Yeah, and you see what that maiden over has done. That maiden over has created all the pressure. And then, of course, the turning down of that single at the end of the previous over. And the Night Riders here with a foot in the door of that finals on a Friday.
And there he is again. He's celebrating. Certainly taunting the Biche supporters with every move that he makes. That is tremendous balancing skills, boss. I'd like to see you attempt that, though.
No, I won't.
Immediately you said no.
The beer belongs inside, not on me.
Maybe a bit of both.
Timothy it is, who's come out to the middle. Now, we know that Timothy can hit the ball a long way. But with the equation as it stands, 2.5 overs to go. And the 57 runs are needed.
Well, at the moment, it looks as though the Riders are going to get one over Biche Sports Club. The fans are going to beg to differ. Wait to see. Big swing there from Timothy. Another dot delivery. 2 wickets and 2 runs in the over so far.
What the couple of wickets have meant is that they're on the verge here, Biche Sports Club, of being bowled out, in fact. And you can't help but think back, not saying that this one is over by any stretch of the imagination, but you can't help but think as they pick up a boundary here off the bat of Timothy. You can't help but think back to that maiden over and then the dismissal of Cyril Diaz when he was on 40 odd from just 17 deliveries. And he had the game well ahead of the required run rate, well ahead of that comparative score at the same mark, the 8 over mark, the 9th over mark. I think those are the 2 turning points that Biche will look back, along with their misfields and drop catches, and think to themselves that this one could have turned out differently.
I think they lost their way when Diaz got out. Morales came and did his portion, but it was just not sustainable enough. And at this stage, the Night Riders certainly have 1 foot in the final. 53 needed from the final 12 deliveries. 2 new batters to the crease. Sonny, just a 1 delivery faced. Timothy, just 3. Sanka to bowl his final over. Made 1 previously and starts with a dot delivery.
That's 7 on the trot. 7 dot balls from the young man.
Proven to be miserly here. Amit Sanka, young man, drilled away down the ground. Just a single, not hurting the Night Riders 1 bit.
And you can see that he's rushing them as well, because as he gets back to the top of his mark, he's ready to run in once again. He's not waiting for the batters to settle. I just want to go back to that Diaz innings, that Cyril Diaz innings. And if you recall, we were talking about it, and one of the things that he did well was in so far as he hit the boundaries and the big shots, the one that landed across the road. And one of the things that Diaz did well was he took singles and made sure that the dot ball percentage during that period was slim to none.
Powerfully hit, but again protection there. Slight misfield. Prevents the boundary, but just a single.
Yeah, when you look at the back end of their innings, the Biche Sports Club I'm talking about here, you'll realize, especially from about the 15th over, that they've conceded a number of dot balls.
Yeah, I think it's from... Oh, excellent delivery, and Sanka has his man. So finally getting a wicket here, Amit Sanka. Sonny fishing outside the off stump, and Ramden does the rest. Biche now 175 for 8, still needing 51.
Yeah, that's 3 dismissals I count for the man Dinesh Ramden tonight. 2 stumpings and a caught behind. The class of the man, the wicket keeper, that is Dinesh Ramden, still with those safe pair of hands. And as I mentioned in the last over, they're now on the verge of being bowled out with the Biche Sports Club. And Duckman is off and running. He's celebrating already, is the man Duckman. Young Adrian Ali will be the batter coming to the middle.
Aaron Ali.
Aaron Ali, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. I think with that, with the fall of that wicket, we've seen some of the spectators getting out of their seats. I think they conceded. Yeah, that dismissal of Sidel Diaz was very, very critical for the Biche Sports Club.
Some of the faithful making their way out of the recreational ground. Some of the other faithful reminding them that it's not over just yet. But with 7 deliveries to go, even if these 7 deliveries go over the boundary and go for 6, they can't win from here on out. And Sanka has done quite the task here. 1 for 20 from his 4 overs, young Amit Sanka.
Excellent stuff from the young man. His last 2 overs just conceding 2 singles, and he's picked up a wicket too to boot.
So essentially he's going for 20 runs from 3 of his overs.
Yep.
He bowled a maiden.
Excellent stuff from the young man. Couldn't ask more of him.
Yeah, so 51 needed from this final over. They're going to need the help of some wayward bowling from Marlon Richards, a couple of no balls and wides to give themselves or have any hope. The Biche Sports Club, you don't think that a man of the caliber of Marlon Richards will serve up too many wayward deliveries. In fact, it's not going to be Marlon Richards, it's
Ricardo Adams.
Adams who's going to be bowling the final over. Marlon Richards, of course, already completing his 4 overs. First delivery in the air and well clear of the man at wide, long on.
A bit too late from Akil Timothy. Puts away the first delivery of the over for 6.
And a couple of the faithful saying that he probably should have been in the batting lineup a bit earlier.
So
almost taking out the drone in the effort.
some of the fans here conceding defeat. They're so faithful, they're so passionate, they're still around. Some have left.
They have moved.
Yeah, the majority is still here.
Believing down to the last delivery.
The ball dry now. It's your time. Keep going, spin it, man, spin it, come on.
Ramden still giving the encouragement to his bowlers, telling them to spin it. This one in the air. It's going down to the man at the extra cover. And Marlon Richards completes what is the most simple of catches. Probably the simplest of catches he'll probably take in his career.
Yeah, had no other option there, Akil Timothy. Still looking to get as close as possible to the target. In the end, just spooned a simple catch to Marlon Richards, who accepts. And the Biche Sports now well and truly down here, 181 for 9. Last man in, Devendra Krishna.
So Devendra Krishna bowled quite well with the impossible task. 3 deliveries of 45 runs. An equation that is impossible and well out of their reach now.
Swinging this one away is Krishna. Gonna get off the mark. Just means here now that it's confirmation that Notorious Knight Riders are gonna meet Police in Friday's final. It's been a good showing from the Notorious Knight Riders. Being asked to bat first, lost the toss earlier on, and being asked to bat first, they were able to post a huge total. 225 on the back of 64 from Patia, 49 from Seapol. More importantly, they were able to sustain that run rate throughout in the bowling effort. They assessed the conditions a lot faster than the Biche Sports Club. And in the end, they've won this one by 43 runs and booked their spot in Friday's final. So at the end here, Biche Sports Club, the home team, they've conceded defeat at the hands of the Notorious Knight Riders.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well, Kadir. At the end of the day, the Knight Riders assessed the conditions well. Biche Sports Club on winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, conceding 226 runs, 225 runs. You put yourself on the back foot immediately when you bowl first and have to chase a target that requires you to go at almost 12 to the over from the onset. And of course, they will look back, as we mentioned, at the misfield, the drop catches, and the all-round poor effort when they bowled that probably conceded 30 runs too many. And a game that might have been different had they been chasing probably 190. And of course, when they batted, they just couldn't seem to come to terms with some of the bowling, in particular Young Sanka with that maiden over. And although they were good and ahead of the game at 100 runs inside 8 overs, they fell away once Sidel Diaz succumbed and held out on the boundary. And then even with Morales giving it his all at the end, some bad decision making in his batting and then holding out under the pressure of that maiden over and successive dot balls, it then meant that they were all to do in the final 3 overs, and it was a mountain too high to climb, meaning that the Notorious Knight Riders will meet the TTPS, the Police Sports Club, on a Friday, May 17th, right here at the Biche Recreational Ground, 6:30 p.m. For that finals of the Seenath Autos Biche Community T20 tournament.
Yeah, so the Knight Riders are victorious here by 43 runs. Chris Patia, of course, is our man of the match according to our graphic, and we have no hesitations there. So at this point is where we have to leave you. We do thank you for viewing on Cricket 360, and on behalf of everyone here from the Biche Recreation Ground, we bid you farewell, and it's goodbye for now.